KIRO AM Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manners.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Good morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports here on 710, seattlesports.com. Oh, man. Which world? What am I missing besides that? The Seattle Sports app at 97.3 HD2 and YouTube. So here we go. All right, I need you guys. So the YouTube, I need a little help here. Maybe more, Lyle. Can you guys see the screen from where you are? Can you see what we look like? So they've put this light in here. There's an up light. Did you know we now have an up light in the studio? You got all the down lights, I guess, up at the top here and the around lights and all those others. But I got a little note here by this uplight that says, uplight is to help with hats. Salk, feel free to turn it off if you don't like it. So should we keep the uplight on, even though I'm not wearing a hat? I can turn it off, and you can tell me what you think. Here it is on. That's off. Can you tell the difference?
I think it's better on.
Think it's better on? Okay. That's on. You like it better on? A little less glare? All right.
What do you think, Lyle?
Do we like it on? I can turn it up, too. Do you want it up? No, wait, that's a different light. Do you like that light better? This light better? We got all these different lights, and I can make it brighter. That's too bright, for sure. All right. Well, anyway.
I thought it looked good on.
Yeah. Okay, you like it on? All right, let's get it down, though. How do I get, oh, my God, now it's so bright I can't see. Hold on. I got to get it down. Okay, we got to get it down. I can't see anything.
This is a great start.
I've been blinded by this light. I'm blinded by the light. Revved up like a deuce and in a motor in the night. All right. Anyway, good morning, everybody. Sorry for the little light thing. It is bright, I will say. And now every time I look at my notes, I'm sort of half blind over here. So we'll see whether or not.
Trying to bring you back to spring training.
Yeah, exactly. When I couldn't even see the computer in order to do anything. We'll see if we keep this on over the course of the morning. Lyle, where are we at today? Where are we at? What's up with Randy? How come he didn't say anything yesterday?
He may have his own reasons.
Like
I just
what?
think this is like maybe. Look, I'm not going to pretend like I can get into the mind of Randy Arozarena.
Good point. That's a really good start. Yes.
He may have looked at that game yesterday as this is an elimination game, and I just want to focus on that. I don't want to be a distraction, and he decided not to talk for that reason. But again, ultimately, I just don't have much left to say on this whole thing. Like, if there's a problem in spring training when they get back to camp, circle back with me then. But I still think this is just going to be water under the bridge, and I don't have that much new information, or like that much new content to say about it.
But there is new information yesterday in that a day after Cal said his piece and I think made an effort anyway, whether or not people agreed with how far he went, like he made an effort to try to diffuse the whole thing. All Randy needs to do is say, no, we're out. Like, it's all fine. Or I'm sorry, or whatever it is he needs to say. The idea of, hey, it was an elimination game and he was taking it that seriously, don't want to be a distraction, or he's all focused. I mean, you did see the Bob Nightingale photos, right, of Randy signing autographs and posing for pictures and all that stuff. So the non-distraction thing may be for other people, but not for himself, because he's out there kind of doing other things before the game. So I don't know, man. I think it is weird. I'm probably not going to go as far as Brock went yesterday, because I think there are some things that we don't know, and I think that there are some extenuating circumstances, and there are some differences with the way things are handled at the WBC than at if he were here with the Mariners right now. Like, there's no Mariner PR staff with him. Even actually, there's no baseball PR staff with him. None. Like, the PR staff for Team Mexico is a soccer guy, an MLS guy. So that is different, right? Like, there's no person there who would talk to him face to face, understanding baseball and all that, and sort of be able to have that typical media conversation, media relations conversation with him. There's also no clubhouse media access. So it's not like, for those of you who've never covered a baseball team, which I'm guessing is most of you, generally you get over to the park, for a 7:00 game, You get over the park at like, I don't know, 2:30, 3 o'clock. And the clubhouse would be open for, depending on the team and depending on how they work it, I mean, it could be anywhere from a half hour to 2 hours where the clubhouse is just open to the media. And players come in and they get changed or they get dressed or they hang out on the couches or they hang out at their locker. But that's sort of always been the most acceptable and easiest time for media and players to meet and talk. Maybe it's an interview that you're setting up. Maybe it's off the record stuff. Maybe it's a media scrum where everybody kind of gets together and holds their microphones in front of somebody's face and asks them a bunch of questions at once. Maybe if you're someone like Shannon or what I used to do years and years ago, you set up a meeting for later. All of those things would happen during that clubhouse time. And it is rare, not impossible, because obviously, Lyle, you and TJ do a lot of stuff out on the field. But it's pretty rare for players to, like, you don't grab them generally as they're running out to go do infield or batting practice. That would be very rare, if not totally unacceptable, right? So, Lyle, when you grab, if you were going to do an interview with somebody that you and TJ do, when do you set it up and when do you usually host or do the interview?
We set it up on the field.
Okay, so you set it up just on the field, like as they're coming off?
Yeah.
So you don't go into the clubhouse to do it?
No. And frankly, I don't really like being in there. I think that's their space.
Okay, well, that's new then, because that's sort of always been a different view on it. But you wouldn't do it as they're running out.
If they're walking out, maybe.
Okay.
If they're running, we don't stop them.
Okay.
But if they're walking through the dugout, and we just say, you have a minute when you get back in, sometimes that way.
Okay, but you wouldn't like talk with them then?
Yeah, probably not, unless they seem like they're happy to just kind of stand and talk for a couple minutes before they get out there.
Interesting. So maybe some of these unwritten rules have changed a little bit from when I was covering baseball, which admittedly is now getting to be quite some time ago. But I would say, like, I would never have talked to somebody then. We go into the clubhouse and do it then. It is possible that, I don't know how Randy views that stuff. It's not like he spends a lot of time talking to the media anyway. I was trying to give him a little benefit of the doubt here of like, hey, there is no clubhouse access, so that's not a time for him to talk to the media. And maybe he didn't think to do it or didn't see it as appropriate on his way out to do batting practice before, as you said, an elimination game. So I do think there are some ways you could give him the benefit of the doubt. But at the end of the day, his agent's got to get to him. Like, somebody's got to get to Randy and say, hey, man, you got to kill this story. You got to end this thing. You can't go into the season with half the world thinking that you and the de facto captain of your team, a team that has World Series aspirations, that there's a problem. Because the last thing anybody has heard from you is you swearing at him and insulting him in 4 different languages. If it's a joke, say it was a joke and I blew it. If it's not a joke, say, hey, this is my plan to get over it. Or say I'm still mad and we're going to have to move on. But by not talking, all I can assume is the last of those options, that there's still some sort of a problem that he doesn't want to deal with. Look, maybe this got away from him a little bit. Maybe he didn't think this was all going to happen. Maybe he thought, he was talking in Spanish and nobody else would ever hear it and the whole thing. And now it's like, oh, my God, this is kind of blown up on him. But you got to find a way out of it, because just saying nothing continues to lead people to speculate. So I don't understand it at all. I really, really don't. I don't understand. I'm blown away by it. And Lyle, I'm impressed that you can just say, hey, this is nothing. I can't see it that way. I just can't.
So the word that we got, you've said before, I don't know how much you trust Bob Nightingale, but his wording was that Randy Arozarena declined to speak about his teammate Cal Raleigh, right?
That's true. And look, words matter. I don't know whether Bob meant that on, like, whether he just
That's what I'm saying. Should we take that with a grain of salt? Because you in the past have said you're not.
I worry about Bob's reporting on stuff occasionally at this point, but he's been around baseball a long time. And I mean that in a good way, not a negative way. Yeah, I think I would believe him. But, what does it mean for a guy who speaks essentially very little English to decline interviews? He might have just kind of waved up his hand and like, no, and just walked by. I don't know whether they said, hey, Randy, do you want to talk about Cal Raleigh? And he said, absolutely not, and walked. I mean, like, I don't know exactly what that means to say he declined. And whether he was asked in English or Spanish, because that would obviously play a pretty huge role as well. So I'm not discounting the report. I just don't know exactly what that would mean. At the end of the day, he didn't talk. He had opportunities to talk, and he didn't talk, right? And Mexico lost, so he's now coming back to Mariners camp, right? So I'm curious to see what he says when he gets back to the Mariners. Mexico's out. Italy and the U.S. advance. So what does Randy say now? I am curious. Yeah, I'm curious. You don't think he's going to be hounded and asked about it as soon as he gets back? Other players are going to be asked about it? I don't know, man. It doesn't feel like nothing. If this is nothing, then I don't want to hear anything about, well, the chemistry in this team is such a big reason why they win and this and that. Like, you can't have that, as Bob Stelton, who's going to join us at 9:30 today, likes to say. You can't have it both ways. You can't say the chemistry is such a huge key, and then when there's a potential giant minefield that could disrupt it, say, it doesn't matter. Like, either the chemistry matters or it doesn't. And I tend to think that it does. Like, I tend to be a big believer in that. We talked a lot about it last year. Chemistry does matter. Of course it does. And you couldn't help when you were down there a couple of weeks ago but feel the love between a lot of the players, and they loved each other. This is a potential disruption to that. I'm sure they'll get through it. At least I hope they will. But to say it's nothing, I'm sorry. I can't go there. I cannot do that. Aaron Sele was awesome yesterday. Such a fun interview. We'll do that coming up in 20 after everything you need to know next.
He built the Seahawks into the 2025 Super Bowl champions.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
And every Thursday afternoon at 4, he's on Seattle Sports.
We have higher expectations for ourselves.
It's the John Schneider Show, presented by Silver City Brewery. 2025 NFL Executive of the Year, John Schneider.
I think it's the ultimate organizational award.
Every Thursday at 4, exclusively on the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, we perform an 18-point maintenance check with every oil change to help make sure you're good to go.
And?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Huh. Wonder why the dealership isn't that easy.
Well, we'd let you know if we found something in our check.
Oh, great. That was easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Quick, thorough, and honest, come with no charge.
Trust is everything. Earning it takes years. Losing it takes 5 seconds.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel welcomes Seattle Golf Show March 13th through 15th at Puyallups Washington State Fair Event Center. Parking's free. Get front door bonus golf, see 100 exhibits, top courses, and shop big brands with Putts Golf. Tickets, seattlegolfshow.com.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HAWK to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HAWK to 321-321. That's HAWK to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
High five! Up top!
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping. Woo!
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, a day after Cal Raleigh met with the media and attempted to provide some closure to this whole bizarre incident, Randy Arozarena opted not to. Instead, chose not to speak to reporters before or after the Mexico-Italy game. I will say I think that's a mistake. I just got to say, hey, Cal and I spoke. It's all good or something. Just help the story die. Instead, I think he breathes new life into it, gives it another day of traction, and I don't know, maybe that's what he wants. I have no idea. It's Randy, and that makes it a little confusing. Who knows? Meanwhile, the United States was saved by Italy winning big over Mexico yesterday. So they do make it out of pool play when it's all said and done. Vinny Pasquantino hit a home run. Afterwards, he offered this.
That was unbelievable, huh? You're welcome, USA. We were thinking of you guys over at your hotel. We were thinking of you guys, so I'm glad you guys could join us in the party.
Is that serious, or is he talking a little trash? I don't know, whatever. I kind of like it. That's funny. So the U.S. does make it out of pool play. So here's what we've got. Tomorrow, Korea takes on the Dominican Republic. They nearly blew that game yesterday. U.S. versus Canada. This is like our third big U.S. versus Canada match. That's kind of exciting. Then we get Puerto Rico, Italy, and Venezuela, Japan the following day on Saturday. So that's what's next for the WBC. As for the Mariners, good news there and some bad news. Here's the good news.
Here comes the 2-1 to Cole. Swung on, mashed, right field. Majestic ball on its way, and it's on the berm. Cole Young has done it again. Home run, Cole Young, and the Mariners lead. It's 7-6.
3 hits for Cole yesterday, including that home run. I think he had a single, a double, and a home run, so triple short of the cycle. J.P. Crawford with multiple hits yesterday. Luis Castillo went 3 1/3, so lots of good news there. Matt Brash also faced hitters for the first time this spring. Gave up a run, but okay, just good to see him out there. Unfortunately, I don't have as good a news on Bryce Miller as he had to shut down his bullpen yesterday.
We did have a chance to talk with Justin Hollander in the last 10 minutes, and he said, basically this is rehab. This was the next step for him, and he did indeed feel a little bit of tightness in that oblique area when he started to up the intensity moving down the mound. So what they're going to do right now is they are glad he stopped it. The object is not to push through it, but it is to get through it without feeling anything.
Yeah, I don't think this is like season ending. I'm not that terribly concerned long-term for Bryce Miller, but does it put the start of the season in jeopardy? Yeah, we're 2 weeks away? I think you're starting to have to worry that he's just not going to have his arm built up enough to start the season. So that is a conversation. I wonder if Cooper Criswell or someone like that has to start, or whether or not they can get by with just 4 starters in order to kind of get through the first couple weeks of the year.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Our Seahawks are making moves, but not exactly needle movers. They did strengthen their roster yesterday. They re-signed safety A.J. Finney, who you probably haven't heard of. That's because he missed all of last year. He was hurt, but he is now back. They also tendered a contract to Jake Bobo, so no contract tendered to Brandon Peely, Cody White, Brady Russell, among those who will now become free agents. If they did have an interest in running back Chris Rodriguez Jr., we heard that might be the case. That's not going to work. He signs a 2-year, $10 million deal in Jacksonville. So they remain with these 3 comp picks for next year's draft, which it sounds like is not nothing. Like, the next year's draft is what everybody wants. Adam Schefter was talking about that.
The most underrated part of free agency, the least talked about, most significant thing that I heard over the last couple of weeks was how much teams are trying to hoard draft picks in 2027. It's amazing how when these trades come up, oftentimes teams are targeting draft picks in the draft of 2027. They are looking at that quarterback class. They are looking at all the great players in next year's draft and saying, I want in.
So I like that sound. I think it's an interesting point. Why is he so dramatic about it? They are looking at 2020. Okay, just say it. This isn't like the most shocking thing of all time. I don't know. It's cool news, but geez, tone it down.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, Kraken host the Avs tonight. We'll see if they can bounce back, because that's a tough team to do it against. Bobby McMahon expected to make his debut in the 4th line, probably, it sounds like, at the expense of Ryan Winterton. I was at the Torrent game last night. Unbelievable comeback win in front of 13,350 people. Awesome, amazing crowd again last night. Alex Carpenter, then Michaela Grant-Mentis, and Danielle Sardakny with the 3 goals. Littlecom, they were down 2-1 late, and then they got the last 2. Just awesome game last night. Super fun. And Megan Keller was there, since we were speaking of U.S. versus Canada. She plays for Boston, so she was there last night. Kind of cool to see the Olympic hero. And golf players tournament starts today, so we'll keep you updated on that a little bit over the course of the morning. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Let's see. I got a bunch of text messages before we play some Aaron Sele. Here's what I kind of like. This is a good, interesting point on the other side of it. I hadn't really considered it this way, but 206 says, I really don't like how Cal is framing all of this. He obviously ticked off his teammate, and their relationship is damaged. He doesn't get to then come out and say everything is cool, it'll blow over, everything is fine. The guy you offended gets to decide when he feels Cal understands and makes appropriate amends. Yeah, all right. I mean, that's a fair point. But I think what I would say is that would be true if it wasn't public. The public part is, to me, the story. Like Cal and Randy and shaking hands and this and that, like whatever. I don't know. It's taking all of that public. It's going to the media and saying the things that were said. That's where I would draw the line. I understand your point, though. Like, I get what you're saying. I just think that like the issue is taking it to the media. And once it's said publicly, I think Randy, unfortunately for him, if he had the high ground, he's forfeited it. Because you can't go to the media and say those things. Maybe you can say them to the guy's face afterwards, whatever. But I don't think you can say it to the media and then say, I've got the high ground. I'm waiting for you to apologize. So anyway, that's kind of where I'm at. All right, let's take a quick break here. Brock is going to be in studio today, which is super fun. We're going to talk to Mora's guy, Jonathan Hankins, Big Hank. He's going to join us at 8:30.
I don't know if he's my guy anymore. I think he's Brock's guy.
I know, but he's still sort of your guy. You liked him. You always.
I just found his YouTube channel when he got traded here. I thought it was fun.
It was fun. So we're going to talk to him at 8:30. Bob Stelton at 9:30. Aaron Seeley next on Brock and Salk.
4 Down Territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
You watched every target to Rashid Shaheed, so what did you see?
He's good off the line. I like his release. He has a couple releases that he goes to that works. And the reason why they work is because he's extremely fast. You have to respect everything that he does. I think that once he gets on a defender's hip, he is gone. The saying, if he's even, he's leaving. That is exactly him.
Catch every 4 Down Territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Opening day is just days away, and we want to send you and a friend to experience it like never before. Get front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions, first pitch, and more, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app and hit the Win tab. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Better Hustle contest runs through March 18th from the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports. Don't miss 3 Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League Baseball.
This could be 2. JP has it, goes to the bag, steps on second, fires to first, double play.
Broadcast times at seattlesports.com.
Did you know in Washington State, you can see a physical therapist without a referral from your doctor? That's right. Thanks to Direct Access, you can skip the wait and get the care you need right away. Shannon O'Kelly, how has Direct Access changed the game?
Direct Access for us, Brock, is a game changer. Why? Is because there is so much research and data out there that says if you get in early when you have a musculoskeletal problem or an injury, the earlier you get in and we can start care, the better outcomes and the decreased downstream cost, okay? So it's so important. Our providers are all doctors of physical therapy. They're all trained to identify situations and problems. They've got the skill, they've got the talent, they've got the knowledge. If you get in and start therapy early, we're going to get you back to activity, pain-free, and moving and having fun.
Fast, easy, effective. Direct Access is your path to better movement, starting with a single step. Visit irgpt.com to schedule your appointment today. irgpt.com.
It's funny how you get used to things in not so ideal condition around the house. It's Dave Wyman here, and for me, it was old windows. After 20 years in our home, virtually every window had a broken seal. We got used to cold drafts, outside noises, and condensation. And if you're in the same boat, use this spring to say goodbye to the old, dreary windows and hello to your new exclusive windows from Harley Exteriors. Right now, they're having a spring cleaning sale to complete your home makeover. If you buy 10 windows, you can choose between 20% off your entire project or get a free door. On top of that, make 0 payments and accumulate 0 interest for up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade, manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Call 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today at harleyexteriors.com.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Oh boy, here we go again. Another Salk guesty. Here we go.
Like Chris Canty yesterday?
You nailed that one. That was
Thank
good.
you.
Yeah, well
I'm
done.
doing my work this week. How dare you? What's the matter with you?
What? No, it's not it's just got to finish, Salk.
Oh,
finish
gotta
line.
finish. I see.
Finish
I
line.
see how it is. That's really nice.
And me and Aaron Sele got something in common, huh? We use our kids for our voicemails. I like that. Attaboy. I knew I'd like this guy all the way along. And I certainly love watching him pitch back in the day. But I'm going to guess when we do get a hold of him here, he's a little bit like me, watching these young QBs of today. Like, are you serious? How are they able to do this? How are they able at 15 and at 16 and at 17 to do this? How in the world could that kid we watched the other day, Contreras, how can a 17-year-old be pitching in the WBC throwing 97?
It does feel ridiculous
with a
doesn't
phantom
it?
forkball. What are we doing? What are we doing?
It's a different world, man,
yes,
of what
it
these
is.
guys do and what they throw. We'll talk to Aaron Sele here in just a sec. He just texted me, so we're just having a phone issue. He'll be right on in like a minute or so. He's just going to call in, rather, for whatever reason. We're having some silencing issues, but we're good. He'll be here in just a sec. And I got a bunch of stuff for him. Again, remember the 2001 team? Remember, they're getting a statue put up at T-Mobile for them, so curious to ask him about that and some of his memories. And there were times last year, Brock, where we did compare last year's team to 2001, just kind of the role that it felt like they were on, the depth of the lineup, right? All of that. So without further ado, let's talk to Aaron Sele, former Mariner. Good morning, Aaron. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Where do we find you these days, Aaron? Where's home for you now?
Home is in Montana. I'm in the Bitterroot Valley there, south of Missoula.
Oh,
beautiful spot.
Oh, my neck of the woods.
Brock likes it over there. That's a really beautiful spot.
Yeah, I had a daughter get married
Yeah,
up in Kalispell. I brought the Salk family, the Salk Wynn family out there to that wedding. Been to Missoula, Bozeman. My son-in-law, are you familiar with Whitehall? That little stop off of I-90? That's where my son-in-law is from.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Yeah,
Montana guy.
Exactly.
Cool.
Yeah,
Beautiful area, man.
my brother from another mother grew up here, and I found my way out here when we were at Washington State playing ball together, and it was a dream to get out here, and it just took me 30 years.
just 30, no biggie. So what are you doing now? I mean, people remember you as a pitcher. I remember you because I grew up in Boston, so I remember you early in your career in Boston. And then Mariners fans, of course, remember you here in Seattle. What have you been doing since your ball playing days? Because you were scouting, is that right?
Yeah. I retired in 2007 and sat around for about a year and decided, you know what, need to get out and start doing something. And started working with the Dodgers as kind of a special assistant to the general manager, who was Ned Coletti at the time. And just a little bit of front office stuff, a little bit of player development. Worked my way more into a scouting role. I have 4 daughters, and so that gave me a lot of flexibility in terms of making sure I didn't miss any volleyball games or school plays or anything like that. So kind of found my way into that role. And, I bounced around to a couple different teams and walked away from a couple teams just for a lot of different reasons. And last October, I finished my run with the Kansas City Royals and have officially retired. So that's what I'm doing now. That's why I'm in Montana.
Oh man! So nothing with the Mariners. You after you finished with them, did you been back doing anything with those fellas?
No, I haven't. I went straight into with Dodgerland, and it's just been kind of a run of teams and friends from there. So no, I covered last year. I covered the AL and the NL West, big leagues and AAA. So I saw a lot of the Mariners. Got a chance to come back to Safeco and enjoy meeting all the family and friends and stuff that are still Mariner people there. Mm-hmm. So it's been around them, but not.
Aaron,
not
it's now T-Mobile. Okay, it's no longer Safeco. Aaron, can you get it right, please? It's now T-Mobile.
Just another reason that shows you how old I am, the gray in my beard, that kind of stuff.
Oh, so that's actually then a good question, because there were times last year where we did compare last year's team to the 2001 team. Not exactly the same, obviously, and they sure didn't win as many games in the regular season as you guys did, but there did feel like there was an element of it came out of nowhere a little bit. There was a lot of talent, but I'm not sure either team was expected to be as good as they were. The depth of the lineup, the incredible run that the pitching rotation could go on. As a scout, when you were looking at last year's team, what did you see?
Well, that's exactly it. It's, you start with that rotation, and it's arguably the best in the, 1 through 5, the best in the league. And that's scary. And then you throw in, one of the things the Mariners have done is they seem to have find a bunch of middle relievers that they kind of just keep recreating. And they come out and they're effective. And, so that group, and then you had a couple horses at the back end of the bullpen that were just they're just big beasts and animals, and they finish games. And you win with pitching, you always have, and then like you said, the players in the offensively. I mean, Cal of course was amazing, and I still don't know why he doesn't have an MVP trophy, but it's. In Arozarena bounced back, and there's a couple other guys. Robles had a great year. Not Robles, I'm sorry. Anyway, blanking. But they put it together, and they made quality outs. That's what we don't talk about anymore. It's like just the quality out, like not necessarily the old school game of moving a runner over, but making outs that matter. In terms of hitting a hard line drive for a sacrifice fly, or whatever. They're relentless 1 through 9, and they've got the pitching to match. And, as a scout, you looked at the team and maybe thought they underperformed a little bit because of the talent. And then last year, like, okay, this is what we thought.
So Aaron Sele here with us. Aaron, if you were with us at spring training a week and a half ago, we're down there and we're embedded with the Mariners for a week. It's an absolute blast. It's Salk's favorite week of the year and one of mine as well. As we're right there. You know that facility. We sit right outside the cafeteria, right next to watching the guys do their bullpens and everything else. If you were standing next to me and Shannon Dreyer as we watched Ryan Sloan pitch, he's 20 years old. He's throwing 99 miles an hour. He's painting the corners with his off-speed stuff. This is a kid that is 20 years old, 2 years removed from high school. and I turned to you and said, how is he doing this? And what was it like 25 years ago when you guys were throwing bullpens? How are the guys at this age doing this now?
Well, I mean, it is amazing. The creation of stuff is a phenomenon that wasn't around when we were there. I mean, we talked to, I would talk to Jamie Moyer and be like, hey, your changeup is amazing. How do I do that? Then I would go to Freddie Garcia and say, like, your changeup is amazing. How do you do that? Paul Abbott. And then you would start tweaking and changing grips and all that stuff. And you'd start to try to, quote unquote, create different actions or different movements or whatever. Now they have these biomechanical labs that they get guys in there and they can, show them on the slow motion capture films of how their hands coming through the ball and different things. Now, the flip side of that is there's also a reason everybody breaks in baseball now after half a year, because they start throwing the ball differently. They're making max effort throws. They're doing things that we never wanted to do because we didn't want to get hurt. Availability is still the best ability around. And in football, I'm sure that's probably what you guys said too. So, it's and how do they, well, the other thing I want to bring up too is we've changed how we've measured the fastball a whole bunch in the last 15 years. And so there is some of that, a 99-mile-an-hour fastball may have been a 95-mile-an-hour, 96-mile-an-hour fastball back when I played. So there's a little bit of the,
You mean because of where we're measuring it?
Correct. And I guarantee there's going to be somebody way smarter than I am come in and talk about how it gets done or whatever. But yeah, I mean, even way back in the day, they had what they called the ray gun, which had what they called a roll down. So it would pick up the ball halfway to home plate and it would say 92. And then you'd get another score that would say like 85 or not that much, but say 92 to 88 at home plate. So it would give you 92, 88. Well, 88 was where it crossed the plate. Now we're measuring at the fingertips. So we're measuring at the fastest max potential velocity that you could possibly ever have. So the numbers have all gone up. Now, do people throw harder? Absolutely. Do more people throw harder? Absolutely. Like, don't. I'm not one of those old grumpy old men kind of guys. It's these
kind
guys
of sounded like it, Aaron. Aaron, you kind of sounded like it. I'm just going to be honest. You kind of sound like it.
John Smoltz with us here on. Sorry, I got confused there. No, that's a really good point though, because I've seen those things that say like Nolan Ryan would have actually been throwing 112 in today's with today's guns just based on how they did it.
Yeah, but then again, too, is when you look at the volume of players, like you said, here's a 20-year-old kid who's in a bullpen. It's not even a game. He's in a bullpen throwing 99. That's crazy.
It is.
That's absolutely mind-blowing. He's not the only one. Like these kids they're strong, and they do different types of workouts, and they do all this stuff, and it's.
So you weren't front squatting. You weren't front squatting 315 pounds for reps like Sloan.
Yeah, no, not so much. No.
He does now, just not back then.
That's right.
Hey, so I got two questions for you, Aaron. Two things I want to know about. One from right before the year 2000 season, and one from right before the 2001 season. I'll start with the 2001. Heading into that year, did you have any idea that you guys were going to be that good?
I tell this story every time somebody says that. So we literally, Jamie Moyer and I we pulled the starting pitchers down the line and we just said, hey guys, we know we're probably not going to be scoring a ton of runs. So we need to really focus on doing what starting pitchers do. Work quick, get early count, weak contact, get your outs and pitch as deep into games and know you're going to be in tight ball games. And then we blew the doors off the world offensively. So, we had no idea. We knew we had a good team. We'd lost Alex Rodriguez, right? So that's, arguably at the time one of the top three players in the game. And you're thinking, we didn't know what we had in Carlos Guillen, who played spectacularly. We had no idea what Ichiro was. He's just some little left-handed hitter from Japan. Like, that's literally what we thought. We had no idea. And we just came out and shocked the world kind of with the offense and the belief system. And these guys just fed off each other. I cannot tell you how many times Mark McLemore would come in the dugout and yell, "Hey, guys, we need 4 in the 4th," and we'd score 4. And it like what happened? Like, hey, guys, we need 5 in the 5th. We'd score 5. It's just like, holy crap. I mean, sorry, but it's like these guys were amazing. They were absolutely amazing. And there was, it's pass the baton kind of mentality. It's like, all right, I'm going to get up there. I'm going to hit get my hit, my double, whatever. We'll let somebody else drive them in. Somebody would move them over. I don't worry about it. I moved them over. The next guy will drive them in. Like, no egos. Well, we had some big egos, but in a really fun way. They were such great teammates.
That's really funny. All right. Well, then second question, and go back a year earlier, and this may be a timely story today. I don't know if you're keeping up with NFL free agency and saw what happened yesterday with Max Crosby, who was traded to the Ravens and then returned. Yeah. You actually have somewhat of a similar story, right? If I'm given the correct information, in 2000 you signed in Baltimore, right? And then they voided the deal before you came to Seattle. What happened?
Baltimore. What is up with Baltimore?
I know.
Golly.
Peter Angelos.
They've had a little bit of a long history of doing that, right? Signing guys and then failing their physicals, and really interesting. I mean, not that I would ever say that the owners play games or anything, but coming out of Texas, I'd had a 4-year run of 200 plus innings, won a bunch of games with some great teams, blah blah blah. Or no, I had 2 years there because that was Boston before that. So you get old, Damon. That's Brock. That's what we're doing. So,
did you just call me Damon?
Anyway,
sure. We're done with this. It was safe go first, and now you call me Damon.
Chill out over there.
Hey. Yeah, you got me. All right, you got me. Oh yeah. All right. Next time I see you.
Next time I'm in the Bitterroot Valley, I'm looking you up, Sele. All right.
Yeah. So I signed I had 3 offers that were the exact same for length of contract and dollars. Kind of strange. Ended up with Baltimore being the best deal, or kind of the best place, like chance to win, whatever. We signed it. We agreed to contract. I went in, I took my physical, and I came out of it, and the doctor said, "Hey, great to have you. We need starting pitching, blah, blah, blah." Well, an hour later, we get a call from Angelos and said, "Hey, we're not sure about the physical. How about a 3-year deal? Same dollar, same AAV." And I was like, what? And then we called, and as you guys know, there's insurance you can get on body parts through different people. And the company that had done the insurance on my shoulder said, "Hey, we'll just do it for the Orioles too. Don't need to do another physical or anything. We'll just do it." And Angelo said, "No, we're not going to do it." And at that point I said, I don't care what happens. I'm out. I'm not dealing with people like that. And I walked away. And it took Pat Gillick about 12 hours, and we were on a flight to Seattle to get my physical. So.
And the rest is history. Yeah, and the rest is history.
Yeah.
And in that run, by the way, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you, 25 years ago when you were throwing to Danny Wilson, did you think 25 years later that Dan Wilson would be the skipper to lead the team to the ALCS?
1,000% no. I thought a week before Danny took the job, he wouldn't have taken the job. I literally was in Seattle, and we were upstairs in the press box and ran into him and whatever, and we sat down and had dinner before the game and just chatting it up. How you doing? How's Annie? All that stuff. And are you wanting to do more? Or where are you at? What's going on? And he's like, I love it. These great people, love the Mariners, all of it. But I don't know. We'll see. Kind of gave me that answer. And all of a sudden, a week later, he's on the field. And I'm like, what happened? Still haven't got a good answer on that one yet. But
there's a lot to that story. Yes. I think.
Yeah. No, he's an amazing human. I mean, he's one of my favorite teammates of all time. He's so selfless. It's never about Danny. Never has been. He just let the team win. Let's go. We're fine. Yeah. That's all he cares about. And so I think that's the connection tool that he has with the group of players that he has up there. I saw the thing about Cal Raleigh and Arozarena on yesterday.
Yeah.
Like that is awesome. Like Cal, good job. That's amazing. So
have you ever heard of anything like that, by the way? I could not come up with a single example of a major leaguer saying things like that about another major leaguer, let alone a teammate.
No, I don't know. This is the old man in me, right? It's like, we're playing on different teams, buddy. Like, I love you, but I'm on a different team. I'm going to beat you.
Yeah.
And then we'll go have dinner.
Now, you saw fights,
that's how it used to be.
Right? I mean, like, if I have it right, I think you were probably there when Mo Vaughn fought Mike Greenwell, right?
No.
Oh, is that beforehand?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's too bad.
Yeah, well, okay. Now, there may have been another fight. Yeah, well, there may have been another fight when I was there amongst teammates, but no names will be mentioned. But it was all like it was just a build-up, and things happen, and then they're all hugging and going to lunch the next day. Like It's not a big deal, And hey, Mo and I got into it, and I would consider Mo a friend. I still owe him for saving me from George Bell, but still, it's we got into it one time in when I was pitching, and the next day I went over and I apologized to him, and we were just laughing.
That was really smart.
Very smart.
I would apologize to Mo Vaughn. I remember when a couple guys got after him at the Paradise, and he beat the hell out of like 12 people.
Oh yeah. It's just part of the culture. I mean, I think when you live with somebody for 9 months every single day, you can get a little edgy, and you have it out and you laugh and you move on.
All right.
So
last couple things here, and then we'll let you get running real quick. Were you doing pro scouting or advanced scouting? What kind of scouting were you doing?
I did a little bit of all of it. I did some international. I did some amateur. I did advanced, and I did pro stuff too.
Give me the advanced or pro scouting report on Julio Rodriguez heading into this season.
It's Julio is an amazing talent, and he's made some adjust. Like if you're advanced scouting him to play him, you like there were times last year he couldn't cover in, and he just couldn't do it. And he is a amazing baseball player, like physical baseball player that's got all the tools. And I mean, if he went off and won an MVP of this year, it wouldn't surprise me because he's got the tools to do it. But it was like he got stuck sometimes. But I will say, I think he's made some huge adjustments, and I'm expecting a pretty big year out of him, is what I would say.
That'd be great. I think we would all like that. I think we would all like to talk to you again. This was a lot of fun. I'd
Just
like
don't
to
call
hear...
me Damon. Like if we're going to do this again, okay?
I'd like more stories. All right, we have 1 minute.
I'm driving around trying to dodge deer, okay? My mind, I was distracted.
But seriously, bro, like you didn't get hit in the head. Like if you're a football player, Aaron, I would have no problem with that. All right, you made the right life choice.
Damon had a better career. What do you want of the guy's life?
That is true.
I mean, come on, be fair.
No, that's true. That's true. That's fair.
I didn't go down there.
Oh, I do. I go down there all the time. You played with one of my favorite players of all time. A guy that I had an opportunity to interview years later, 2006, 5 or 6, as he was literally sitting as a relief pitcher before the game in a chaise lounge in right field during warm-ups for the Independent Nashua Pride, eating a Snickers bar. You got a chance to play for 1 year with Rich Garces, a gigantic fat man that they called El Guapo. Tell me one thing about Rich Garces.
El Guapo. Rich Garces had a nasty curveball, okay? Like, he was a strike thrower. He was a plus competitor. He was an amazingly nice human. He had that curveball to get outs with. Like, El Guapo just got a little loose with the dinner plate. I mean, that's what happened, so.
Yeah, he certainly did. By the way, I sent Sele a picture of El Guapo later in the day, and he got a nice hearty chuckle out of seeing Rich Garces. Okay, good stuff. I really enjoyed Aaron. I would absolutely like to have him back on the show, and I'm sure we'll find a way to do that here over the course of the season. Brock's in town. He's going to be hanging out for the next 3 hours. We do have a conversation planned with Jonathan Hankins at 8:30 and Bob Stelton down in Peoria at 9:30. Plus, we got Here's the Thing. We're going around the NFL. There's just so much going on this morning. Hope you stay with us. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Wyman and Bob, live from Mariners spring training.
General Manager Justin Hollander is with us. You got decisions to make. I mean, you got a lot of young guys at second base. It could be Cole Young, could be Ryan Bliss. Brandon Davis has been a huge story.
There has never been a team in the history of baseball who had too many good players.
Yeah.
We will have our ups and downs this year. We will need more than just the 13 position players and the 13 pitchers we break camp with. It's great to watch guys go out and compete for spots and feel like you have options.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
See country star Aaron Lewis and the State Liners at Muckleshoot Casino Resort, March 24th at 8 p.m. And now an added show on March 25th. He's a multi-platinum artist whose raw lyrics and powerhouse vocals have captivated fans for decades. Now he and his band, the State Liners, are coming to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Get your tickets now to see Aaron Lewis at muckleshootcasino.com.
The March sales event is on at Toyota of Renton, and the deals are unbeatable. Finance the new 2026 Tacoma SR at 2.99% APR for 72 months. Plus get $500 TFS subvention cash. Or lease the 2025 Tundra SR5 at $539 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Find them at toyotaofrenton.com. Offers valid through March 31st, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, licenses, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable documentation fee. Model 7594-8361.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Opening day is just days away, and we want to send you and a friend to experience it like never before. Get front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions, first pitch, and more, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app and hit the Win tab. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Better Hustle contest runs through March 18th from the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends at People Come First, or PCF Construction Group. Spring, well, it's the perfect time to start planning your dream deck. And right now, PCF is making it easier than ever to get you started with 50% off your custom professional design and architectural drawing package. What does it mean? Well, it means you can save over $9,000 on your project. And with 12 months of no interest, no payment financing, you can design your deck now and pay later. Most people who start with a design package end up with the outdoor space they've always dreamed of. And this offer is your first step. Don't wait until summer and wish you had started the process sooner. Start it now. Do what Molly and I did some years ago. Contact PCF Construction Group today. Get project ideas, browse photos, and find all the offer details at PCFgroup.com. Go see my friends at PCFgroup.com.
making your outdoor space with people come first.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a time out to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get his freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Well, Brock, it's nice to see you here in person today. How we doing, buddy?
Man, you and I. Have we seen each other like more in person the last month? 2 months?
Yeah, 2 months. Yeah.
Seahawks, the Mariners.
It's actually kind of a little too much.
You in my home.
I know. You coming over to our house today?
I'm staying the night. I'm on the love deck.
We'll be at the Cracken Community Iceplex, obviously, tonight. If you want to come by for practice, we'll be up there, of course. Eat 32. So you're here.
Bro, I had quite a life experience.
I got to say, the picture you sent us yesterday is remarkable.
You thought I was exaggerating.
I did.
I couldn't put this guy out there on Twitter to everybody. But
That's
I was
not
like,
right.
No. I had a nice little window seat. I prefer a window seat.
And you let's state.
Are you window or aisle?
Window.
Yeah.
But because I fall asleep the second. I don't think I've ever experienced a takeoff. I am asleep right before takeoff every single time I get on a plane. I sit on the plane, it starts moving, I crash. Like I'm done. I cannot stay awake. But I know it is a gift and something. I recognize it. Most people don't have that. It's a lucky gift I have. But you often will send texts, not always complaining, sometimes complaining, sometimes no, I'm saying not always complaining, sometimes complaining, sometimes bemused, sometimes impressed by your fellow passengers because you travel by plane a lot.
Those that wear, no shoes, those that clip their fingernails, those that slurp their fingers when they're eating.
Sure.
All of those things. But yesterday, our window aisle, and plane's 90-something% full, 95. I'm like, oh, this is great.
I make it.
I'm going to make it.
Yeah.
I'm going to be able to spread my legs out. And
we going Alaska or United? What are we doing?
United.
Okay.
And all of a sudden.
So no extra leg room?
No, it was fine. Economy Plus.
Economy Plus.
Yeah, great.
Okay.
And all of a sudden, like, oh, no. Like, you could just kind of feel him walking. Like, please just go back. Please. There's some few. Oh, no.
Right.
And it's not, he was like Abe Lucas broad. And he wasn't 6'7", but he was just as broad as a door, strong, whatever. And he's like, oh.
So he sits next to you.
Oh, yes. And I legitimately felt bad for him because there's nothing he could do. His shoulders were halfway into me and halfway into the woman on the aisle. And he's trying to get a little small, and he can't do anything. It's just, what do you do? What do you do about broad-shouldered guy?
I don't know.
Extraordinarily broad-shouldered guy.
Sit him in first
class. He can't help
class.
that he's in my exit or window space.
Put him in first class.
There's kind of, you look at the little thing that comes down, the little armrest, and it's like that's kind of the, like on a house, like a fence. Like that's a
dividing line.
That's a dividing line.
Yeah.
His shoulder is, I eventually sent you a picture.
4 inches?
Easily. I mean, he's just so now I'm like nestled up to the window, and I'm kind of pinned against the window a little bit.
Yeah, because you do as the aisle and the window, like you do have the ability to kind of lean away.
Correct.
Right. There's a little area, a little cutout. Right.
You get the off ramp a little bit.
Yeah.
You get a little off ramp.
So you've got a little space, especially at the top. Like at the bottom, better to have the big shoulders than the large hips.
And by the way, he was a little wired. Yeah, something was going on there too. He was a little something was happening. Little wired, a little
jittery.
Yeah, a little wired.
But it looks like he fell asleep.
He did fall asleep. And praise the Lord, he must have flown enough to know that my shoulders and my girth is so wide that if I put the tray table down and I fall forward, I can avoid that. That's like space, you know? In real estate, Salk, you can buy something called airspace.
Airspace.
Did you know that?
Yeah.
You can buy airspace, like above highways, above buildings, things get built. So his airspace for that landing gear was right in front of him. He knew it. He's got his head down there, and I'm like, awesome. And then all of a sudden, he falls asleep. All of a sudden, he starts creeping with those shoulders and creeping. And now I'm not just pressed against the window. I'm like splattered against the window.
Pictures, that was so funny. Did you end up talking to the guy?
No. He was sleepy. He was twitchy.
Yeah, who can blame him?
But I kind of
maybe he's like me. The moment he gets on the plane,
he
see you
was.
later.
He finally he encroached so far. That I just had to like give him a little shoulder bump, and then he wiggled back over.
Well, I'm glad you got this 5-minute story here. I think no one's happier than Lyle because the original plan was to continue the debate here, but you weren't pleased with Randy yesterday.
No, just be better. You just be better. Just end this. That's the thing that I think I'm too, and I'm kind of with Lyle to the degree, like, come on now. You know, we're not going to every day stir something up.
But yesterday was the opportunity to put it to bed.
Just end it. Just put it to bed.
And instead he gives it another day of life.
Yeah, there is an address to a high road, and it really is not that hard. Cal actually wrote down the address for you, and just, read it. Just, yeah, man, it was misunderstanding. Love them. That's it. It's over. Done. Zippo.
Yeah,
Zilch.
it is weird to not take that chance. Now, as I mentioned at 6, there are some things that are a little funky
I'm not
here.
buying your things. But
Well, I'm just telling you their thing. I'm just giving you the context, whether you buy them or not. I mean, they are real.
Yes.
You can buy whether or not they affected it or not, but there are no baseball PR people there, right? The Team Mexico PR person, no insult to him, is not a baseball person. He works for an MLS team. I don't know which one, but, that's something. Different culture, different sport, right? There's no Mariners PR folks there at all to sort of help with this. So the Mariners are a little helpless. And then also there's no clubhouse access before the game, which is traditionally where conversations like this might get set up or take place. So
this was just an on-the-field encounter that Nightingale had?
Yes.
Okay.
So and I don't know exactly what to make of that. Nightingale, he walks by Nightingale, who says to him, "Hey, Randy, you want to talk about this?" And Randy's,
right.
Which is probably very used to doing to English-speaking reporters who walk by him. So I have a little issue with he declined to talk about it. Did he? Maybe he did. I'm not saying he didn't, but did he decline to talk about this, or was he running out to do batting practice and just kind of waved and walked past you, which he's accustomed to doing? I don't know. I'm not excusing the not talking about it because I think it is up to Randy at this point to just say something.
Be done.
Well, now he's going to be back in Mariner camp.
Correct.
Mexico's out.
Right.
So now the story has another round because he's going to show up back at camp. And if Ryan and Shannon and Jude and everybody else, Daniel Kramer, who are down there, they're going to have to ask him about this because that's their job. That's what they get paid to do.
Do you think that there is a strong possibility? Actually, I hadn't thought about this as I tweeted that out last night on the plane with big man next to me. Do you think that there is a strong possibility that Randy has no idea how big this has become? That Randy's just like, I talked to a reporter, right, in my different languages after the game, and he's such in his own space.
That would, because
I don't see him as a social media guy. I don't think he's reading the headlines of ESPN.
No, he's getting texts.
You think so?
But it's up to, I don't know whether he reads those texts.
Right. I mean, there's a strong possibility, honestly, the more I think about this, that he's just like, what's happened?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm in my own world.
Yeah.
Like I'm in my own Randy land.
Yeah. I'm just going to say for the last time, and then we'll move off the story, and it's not going to be a big thing outside of need to know over the course of the morning. It's just that, to me, this isn't about the encounter, and it's not necessarily even about the rest of the season.
Did you see the DR guys last night, by the way?
No.
You didn't see what they
I was at the Torrent game. I didn't get to see much.
Before the game, they hugged.
Oh, they all did.
Oh, no, Tatis and the catcher.
Oh, jeez.
Big hug.
Well, just to show everybody.
Yeah, that's how we do it in these countries.
That's really hilarious. That's really funny. That was DR.
We're never going to give a fist bump. Venezuela? Yeah. We're going to just flat out hug it out before.
Yeah, that's really funny. That's very, very, very funny. I mean, and as they should. Make light of the whole thing. And maybe Cal and Randy will do that when they get back to Seattle or even in Peoria. That would be great. Make fun of it, kind of have a little light moment, shake it off. Again, I'm going to just say it one more time. The only thing about this, to me, that's a big deal is taking that stuff public to the media.
Yeah.
That is the only thing here that is unique.
Mm-hmm.
Two teammates having a disagreement, two teammates getting into it, two teammates, showing each other up. All those things have happened countless times.
Mm-hmm.
Taking it public to the media and saying those things in no uncertain terms is something I've never seen before in my life. And so because of it, I am surprised, and I do think it's a big story because that part of it is unique. And for everyone who points out, well, what about Kobe and Powell? What about this and that? Like, none of them were like this. None of them were said to the media in this fashion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, teammates play against each other in these weird, funky things all the time, Olympics or whatever. And I said yesterday, I really do think it's like the WBC is weird because not everybody's taking it the same amount of serious.
Yep.
But I never heard anybody talk about another player.
Well, and the good news, and I'll say it again, lastly, for me as well, is those big broad shoulders that started this story. Randy has them too, big broad shoulders. And it's on those big broad shoulders to just say, it's done, it's over. All right, we worked it out. I love Cal. He loves me.
He's got to answer the texts.
Yeah, let's go win a World Series.
Has he answered Cal's text? Has he answered anybody's text on it? I mean, I don't really know what to make of any of that. Anyway, all right, let's come back here. We'll give you everything you need to know. We're going to go around the NFL. I've got really funny sound at 7:30 for around the NFL. I can't believe we didn't play this yesterday. It made me laugh. And by the way, I've only heard the first 5 seconds of it. So I think, how long is that cut more? Maybe 45 seconds or something like that?
40.
I've only heard the first 5 seconds, and I laughed so hard I couldn't even make it through the next 40. So we'll do that. And
it speaks to Salk's petty side.
Oh, yeah.
It will. Me? What? I don't have a petty side. How dare you? We'll do that in 20 minutes on Brock and Salk.
9 out of 10 experts agree wearing earbuds at work is the universal signal for leave me alone. So grab the earbuds, pull up the Seattle Sports app, and trade that annoying coworker's endless yapping for this.
He's at the wall. Cal Raleigh's first one of the spring.
Listen to every Mariners spring training game live for free, only on the Seattle Sports app. Improving lives through Mariners baseball, one
sparkling play by Josh Naylor
at a time.
Well, for 24 years, almost a quarter century, my friends at Sea Star Restaurant and Bar have been Bellevue's and my go-to for fresh seasonal seafood. Brock Hewitt here, and you know what I really love about being able to count on my good friend Chef John Howie's reputation for excellence behind every play. Maybe it's just like last night when I'm running into town, I go to pick up some sushi, hanging out there in the lounge with Brady from Centralia. Great to see you and families. Generous portions with true value every single time, and every detail is cared for from the moment you walk in to the friendly thank you on your way out. And whether it's a date night, a business dinner, or catching up with friends and family, the welcoming atmosphere and the polished service make conversations flow easily, and everybody leaves impressed. And right now, how about this? I saw a bunch of you last night taking advantage of this deal. 3-course dinners in the lounge every night from open to close, starting at just $50. That's right. 3-course meals in the lounge every night at Sea Star. The dining experience you remember. SeaStarRestaurant.com.
Opened in 1933, our family is still here, doing the right thing for your family.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Your new home is now ready. D.R. Horton, America's builder, has new homes that are ready today. With new construction communities throughout the Puget Sound and Central Washington areas and more coming, D.R. Horton has the right home for you. At D.R. Horton, we're still building with more construction, more communities, and more homes available every day. Find your new home, now ready at drhorton.com. That's drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
P&D Tree Service, experts in local tree removal. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. Have you ever seen a tree removed by a crane? P&D Tree Services specializes in close-quarter tree removal to minimize impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard.
pndtreeservice.com.
Where's everyone going? To get their $15 St. Patty's Day raffle ticket from Washington's Lottery before they're gone. With a $1 million grand prize and only 250,000 tickets available, you better go get yours today. Game on.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Did you know GoodRx can help you save on medication, manage prescriptions, and get trusted health information? If you're one of the millions living with a heart condition, check GoodRx for an easier, more affordable way to manage your health. GoodRx offers common heart medications for under $30. Just search for your prescription, find the best price, then show your pharmacist the GoodRx coupon. And it works whether you have insurance or not. To start saving and better manage your heart health, download the free app or visit GoodRx.com today. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, well, day after Cal met with the media, attempted to provide some closure to this weird incident, Randy Arozarena opted not to do that. Instead, did not speak to reporters before the Mexico-Italy game. I think that's a mistake, an opportunity to just kind of kill the story. Instead, it goes onward for another day. Meanwhile, the U.S. team saved by Italy, winning big over Mexico yesterday. The Italians just battered the Mexican pitching early and often. Afterwards, Vinny Pasquantino offered this.
That was unbelievable, huh? You're welcome, USA. We were thinking of you guys over at your hotel. We were thinking of you guys, so I'm glad you guys could join us in the party.
Do you follow him on Twitter?
I like that guy.
He's hilarious.
He's good. Wasn't there rumblings about him as a possible trade candidate?
Oh, I would have been great.
Before Naylor.
I would have been a fan.
Yeah.
I mean, just as a media as somebody in the media, Vinny Pasquantino's hilarious. Yes. He's fun. He's funny. He's a pretty good player. Anyway, hit a home run. He was great yesterday, and they end up winning and knocking out Mexico. So here's what we've got: Korea and the Dominican, U.S. versus Canada.
That's one side of the bracket.
Then on the other side, Puerto Rico, Italy. That's a pretty good matchup. Those two teams, yeah. and then Venezuela, Japan. So, yeah, this is shaping up pretty nicely. As for the Mariners yesterday, Brock, they continue to get some pretty good hitting from this guy.
Here comes the 2-1 to Cole. Swung on, mashed, right field. Majestic ball on its way, and it's on the berm. Cole Young has done it again. Home run, Cole Young, and the Mariners lead. It's 7-6.
Hey, that was his 4th of the spring. He went 3 for 5 yesterday with a double and that home run. That's really good to see.
JP had a couple knocks, which was also nice to see. Who do you think was sweating more, by the way, watching that game? And did you see the ratings of the U.S.?
Oh, my gosh.
Over 5.5
5.5 million people? Yeah.
So who do you think was sweating more, Mark DeRosa or the head of Fox, Eric Shanks?
Mark DeRosa.
You think so?
Yeah. I don't think anyone was sweating more than Mark DeRosa. Yeah.
You think he was pacing? You think he was pinching? You think he was
drinking? I don't know. I don't know what he was doing, but I would guess that he was not.
Yeah,
in a
he got a
good place.
mulligan. You got a mulligan.
He sure did.
And here come the Canadians.
Now, speaking of sweating, is anyone sweating what's going on here with Bryce Miller, who tried to throw yesterday, felt something in his side, and then had to shut down the throwing session? Here was Shannon Dreyer on that.
Bryce Miller was scheduled to throw his first full intent bullpen. It would be just like a normal midweek bullpen. Since suffering the inflammation in his oblique, he was scheduled to throw that today. He went through all the normal progression that you do to do that, threw on the flat ground, moved it over into the bullpen area, started throwing from a distance, and then when he started getting down the mound, not his actual bullpen throws, but the ones that lead right up to it, as you're building the intensity, he stopped. And he stayed out in the bullpen for about 20 minutes, talked to trainers, talked to the pitching coaches. We thought he was going to resume because the catcher stayed down for a while, and then he didn't. He walked inside, declined to talk with the media.
It's not good.
Yeah, and she goes on to say, and it's not unusual.
He's going to be
and they go
very
through it.
careful, very careful.
But you're now 2 weeks away from opening day, and I would say that would be in doubt.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Yeah. Thankfully, he's the 5th guy in that, so it's not like he's playing on opening day, so it
maybe
gives you almost another week.
Or maybe more, depending on how the schedule shakes out. But I would think that is look, it's not the end of the year or anything, but it is certainly, I would think, making the opening day roster in doubt.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, Seahawks are kind of making moves. Not big ones necessarily, but they did re-sign A.J. Finney yesterday, Brock, a safety who spent the year injured
Finney or
last year.
Finley?
Yep. And, so Jake Bobo is back as well. They tendered him a contract, so he could be back. They did not tender contracts, however, to Brandon Peely, Cody White, or Brady Russell, so they will become free agents now.
Yeah, they will. And this is all just kind of piecing together the puzzle. All guys on your own roster. And some of that is how much do you believe the market's going to go pay somebody? How much do you need to protect them a little bit? So it gives you, by tendering Bobo, the right to match if somebody wants to come in versus the other guys that you don't tender become unrestricted free agents. Now, that protection also means it's $3.5 million. Not guaranteed, but it's some money. And, then hoping you can sign a Russell and a Peely for much less than that. So it's all kind of, again, having to fit all these 70 puzzle pieces in this 70 strong.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Kraken have the Avs tonight at Climate Pledge. They need a little bounce back, and that's not exactly the team you'd be looking to. Oh, you're going to go tonight? See Bobby McMahon's expected debut on the fourth line?
I think so.
I don't think Ryan Winterton's going to play, so we'll see. Tremendous comeback win for the Torrent last night. I was over there. 13,350 people last night.
Amazing.
Unreal environment. It was awesome. They got down 1-0. Alex Carpenter scored. They got down 2-1. And then late in the game, Michaela Grant-Mentis with a shorty. And Danielle Sardakny won it a few minutes later. Just a great, fun night at CPA.
I had mentioned yesterday a shout out to our folks east of the mountains.
Yeah.
Because the Gonzaga men and women are both going dancing. And how about this, Salky? How about the Vandals? The Vandals from Idaho. Men and women.
Wow.
Is there something in the water over there?
Might be. Might be.
Jeez, from Spokane to Moscow.
Players in progress this morning from Sawgrass. Max Grazerman, current leader, 5 under through 8. You got Tony Finau at 4 under, some other names, Jonathan Vegas, Justin Thomas, like a week after just being awful, is 3 under through 7. So we'll see where it all goes. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show.
You got some funny sound for me, do you?
I thought it was funny, but again, I've only heard the first 5 seconds. The first 5 seconds made me laugh out loud.
Is this Geno Smith related?
We're going to go around the NFL and more. We'll play you the sound next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
All week long, Wyman and Bob are broadcasting live from Mariners spring training in Peoria, Arizona. Every afternoon starting at 2.
I cannot wait to get down there.
The expectations.
Based on what we saw last year, what they've done in the offseason, that's not kooky talk, Dave.
No, it's not.
Your favorite Mariners.
If you want to get here and you want to do this, you have to have those expectations.
Wyman and Bob live at Mariners spring training all week long on the home of your AL West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Look, really good entertainment concerts coming through. Hinder, April 4th, that's coming up. Then Pop 2000 Tour in August. Get tickets for that. Queensryche in October. I was just listening to them with Avery last night in the car, so I think I'm going to try to go to that one. All the info and tickets at snocasino.com. And while you're there, check out the Falls Buffet. They're serving up all your favorites. You know what it is. Seattle's closest, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Hewitt, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
Dave Wyman here to talk about a revolutionary treatment for prostate cancer. It's Swedish, called CyberKnife. And who better to explain it than Dr. Meyer? He's part of the most experienced prostate cancer treatment team in the Northwest, specializing in Swedish CyberKnife. Dr. Meyer, what can you tell us about a prostate cancer diagnosis?
Well, being diagnosed with prostate cancer is life-changing, but realize that there are a lot of excellent treatment options.
What makes CyberKnife so effective?
Well, the CyberKnife targets radiation precisely on the prostate cancer and spares the surrounding vital organs. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life and fewer side effects during and after treatment compared to other options. Also, the treatment is completed in just 5 short sessions.
Accurate, precise, and with proven results. Learn more about CyberKnife for prostate cancer at swedish.org/CyberKnife prostate, or give them a call, 206-320-7187. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Mr. K's Construction reminds parents to enroll your kids in a positive youth program. Sports, hobbies, and community activities improve overall health and performance in school. These programs decrease drug use and violence and develop self-discipline and leadership skills. Let's team together this year to help our kids reach their full potential. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Mr. K's Construction, committed to making your home and our community beautiful since 1977.
Join the Seattle Sports Commission for a star-studded fundraising event featuring the athletes and icons of Washington sports. Experience red carpet interviews, sports exhibits, a silent auction, and live awards show. Created for the sports community by the sports community, all while supporting the nonprofit power of Seattle sports. Don't miss your chance to be among the stars on March 13th at the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year presented by Microsoft. Get your tickets now at seattlesports.org.
Don't miss the All Sound Plumbing Mariners Cactus League report. Tuesday nights at 6. Going inside Mariners camp on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Hold on tight. We've got prizes so big, they'll make your head spin. Win up to $10,000 in cash every Saturday night in March at Silver Reef. With 2 new winners drawn every hour from 6:30 to 11:30, you're sure to have luck on your side. Claim 1 free Spin to Win entry every day. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
Mariners fans, the 2026 season is officially on deck. And Cal, Julio, and the defending AL West champs are ready to feed off your energy at T-Mobile Park. Be here for every monster home run.
There it is, number 60. The magical tour of Cal Raleigh just continues.
Every 100-mile-per-hour heater.
He throws it and the ball game's over. Andres Munoz has simply been incredible.
Every clutch moment.
A bases clearing 3-run double by Josh Naylor. Holy smokes, the Mariners have the lead.
It's going to be an epic 50th season, and you won't want to miss it. Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
The Mariners' first homestand is stacked. Don't miss opening day on March 26th. Cal Raleigh's 60 home run bobblehead night on March 28th. Presented by Alaska Airlines. And a star-powered showdown against Aaron Judge and the Yankees. March 30th through April 1st. Get your tickets today at mariners.com. Opening day is just days away, and we want to send you and a friend to experience it like never before. Get front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions, first pitch, and more, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app and hit the Win tab. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Better hustle. Contest runs through March 18th. From the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah, I did find this sound pretty funny, at least the first 5 seconds of it. I don't know exactly where it goes from there, so I can't promise what happens after that, but the beginning of it anyway is very funny. All right, let's see. Jonathan Hankins in an hour, Brock.
Big
and
Hank.
Bob Stelton at 9:30. Sounds like Moore said we've got some good stuff for Here's the Thing at 8 o'clock. Nice. But right now, let's go around the NFL.
Are we paying Salk off immediately?
Yeah.
Or does he have to wait till the end?
No, don't make people wait.
He likes delayed gratification, he said.
I do, but it's not fair to everybody else.
Okay. So it is... Brock predicted it right. It is about Geno Smith.
Shocker.
This is our friend Craig Carton, who, we played a lot of sound of him basically saying
the Mariners,
Bryce
right? Brilliant
Miller was
guy.
a journeyman
Brilliant
that no
guy.
one
Yeah.
knew about.
He's on it.
This is him
AJ
reacting to Geno Smith going to the Jets. He's very happy.
Ugh. Ugh. I'm going to go vomit.
And the Jets will take on Smith's contract at just over veteran minimum.
Okay.
There you go.
All right, okay.
A little bit better. I kept saying, tell me they're eating the contract.
That's what I was saying. We were missing something.
Tell me they're eating the contract, and it still sucks.
Yeah.
But it sucks a little bit less.
Yeah, for the league minimum, now it's just.
Ugh.
And
What a garbage move.
They paid the price swap to ensure nobody else having rights to him, which is that. I mean, if they felt Geno Smith was the guy, I still don't know why. But to swap a 6 and a 7 to secure him as opposed to letting him hit free agency, or I get it. I get it.
I don't get it.
It's the veteran
It's
minimum.
stupid.
So we talk about Randy rolling back into Peoria today. It might be a little awkward, maybe.
You think
How
so?
about Geno Smith rolling back into New York Jets land?
Ugh.
Why would you think that would be awkward? What would be awkward about it?
Ugh. Ugh.
I wonder if he had any say in that as well. Or if that was one last...
Like, hey, man, this is our only...
That's.
I would think he'd have to have had some... Like, why would the Jets care enough, or why would the Raiders care enough for a 6-7 pick swap?
Right.
Where they don't get to have any... It doesn't change their money at all.
Right.
The only advantage for them is they went from a 7th to a 6th. Unless they just truly hated him and were like, sorry, we're sending you back to the Jets.
Ugh. Ugh.
Like, I don't know what else they would... How would they benefit from
we
that?
got a new little sound edition.
No.
Ugh. I'm going to go vomit.
For the record, the only part of the sound I had heard this morning was the sound.
Yeah.
I didn't actually hear him say, I didn't even get to, I'm going to go vomit. All I heard was this. And I turned it off because I knew it was the greatest piece of sound I'd heard.
Wow.
Oh, we're going to have that for some time.
No.
I believe
talking
so.
about?
I believe so.
All
You know
right,
what? Did you guys?
Poor Gino. If you're Gino, you'd be like, oh, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
On the other hand, to be fair to Gino, if he can go back to New York and have a better year, bounce back year than he did this year, and prove it in that market and actually win some games with the Jets, that would be an incredible story. And as much as I've been a Gino detractor, and I don't like the guy very much personally, I would absolutely give him his flowers for that. If he could have even like a 7-win season, 8-win season with the Jets next year, you got to give him unbelievable credit at that point for turning it all around.
Oh, that they didn't write back.
Yeah, he gets a chance to write back.
He does.
Yes, he does.
I mean, that would actually be a really interesting and cool story for him.
Gino's still going to be a starter this year, is Russ?
No.
No.
You can say you feel bad for him, but he's still a starting quarterback in the NFL.
Did you see? I sent you guys really late. You guys were all probably sleeping. I sent you guys really late that article from Rich Cremini. Is that? Do I have that right? He covers the Jets, and he caught up with Samini caught up with Pete. And Coach Carroll, it's truly remarkable.
His level of loyalty.
His level of loyalty. His level of I'll take the high road. His level of it was on us. Gino's still a great player. Gino's a great quarterback. We didn't coach him well. I didn't coach him well. It was on us as coaches. Like he just, man, does he have an affinity for his guys and willing to take all the blame.
Well, we will see in our next story if the Ravens were willing to take any blame for the Max Crosby debacle. First up, Diana Rossini of The Athletic was on the Dan Patrick Show and had this to say about what was going on behind the scenes before they went back on the Crosby deal.
I think the reason why the Ravens are taking so much heat and why the Raiders are obviously mad about this is it seems fishy that Trey Hendrickson was available, who they signed this morning or expected to when the new league year starts here in a few hours, that those conversations started yesterday. I can tell you the Ravens spoke to Trey Hendrickson yesterday while Max Crosby was in the building. So that tells you that they were aware that something was going on with Max Crosby. Max Crosby was there not knowing he was a dead man walking, that this was not going to be his team. I think that's the problem here.
There we go.
Now, do you want to hear what Ravens GM Eric DeCosta
I would love
to say about that?
Yeah, here he is.
Started discussions with both players. We'd already agreed to potentially the trade with the Raiders, but we were trying to sign Tyler, obviously. We weren't able to get that done. Looking at the best ways for us to improve our football team at some point, we just said, you know what, this might be a guy that really fits us. And we've played against him twice a year for the last whatever many years, 4 or 5 years. And thought, hey, maybe this is a way for us to get better as a football team. So that was definitely a possibility for us. Not to say that would have happened, but definitely something that we had contemplated and discussed with Trey.
So he was saying once they lost their center, Tyler Lindenbaum, they were considering signing both Trey Hendrickson and Max Crosby.
Right.
Do you buy that?
Right. Sure. Right.
You say it in that South Shore Boston accent, and it totally sounds believable.
So
doesn't
very
it?
authentic.
He's from Taunton.
Yeah, he sounds very genuine and authentic. That's what I think when I hear that.
Oh, when you
like super trustworthy, authentic.
Really, really trustworthy, very authentic.
Like warm.
It just feels like, he's definitely telling the truth. I mean, listen to him. How could he not be? Right?
Even the start of that.
What about, he said this too.
We've got a responsibility. I've got a responsibility to the Ravens, to this community, to our fans, and to Steve Bisciotti to do what we think is best for the club. And that's what we always try to do. Every decision we make is based on this idea, is this the best thing for the Ravens? It's very, very challenging. Again, I understand how people might, maybe from afar, would feel that way. Yeah. But nobody's more upset about this than me, gutted by it.
I actually have some sound of him earlier in his career.
He's gutted.
Have you heard this from Eric DeCosta?
First thing I said, this belongs to the Red Sox. This is for Fenway Park. Yeah. Like, how do we have this? Like, nobody made this. This belongs to the park. I'm thinking that they hang it off the green monster.
This fell out of the car, right?
We want to give it back to them because it belongs to them.
Well,
And it doesn't
reciprocity.
belong to us. But in reciprocation, we would like, maybe to go to a nice playoff game, or we're looking for something. We just don't want to hand it over to them.
Is that his brother?
I mean, we need to negotiate here. We want. We're looking for
we're working too.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, they're working too.
Had to run across 3 lanes of traffic.
It's a run across 3 lanes of traffic to steal that banner off that truck, Brock. Who's more believable, those guys or Eric DaCosta right now?
We have our coffee. We're driving on McGrath Highway in Somerville.
Sure.
And I noticed a couple cars swinging, moving to the right, and we seen something in the street. And he's like, Louis, what is that? What is
It's a championship banner.
I like how that situation basically ended with the Red Sox being like, give it back and we won't get you arrested.
That's right.
You're getting nothing.
Yeah, so I whack a right over on McGrath O'Brien.
So that's the level of believability that Eric DaCosta has?
Yeah, he's gutted.
He kind of sounds like those guys, doesn't he?
Poor guy's gutted. I mean, he's gutted. Gross. Bad business, man. Bad juju. You do that. What comes around goes around. So be careful, Mr. DaCosta, about burning bridges.
It's funny. At first, I was kind of like, I don't know. There's like a plausible story here to be told, but it's not feeling that way, right? Like it doesn't feel like it's moving in that direction, that there's anything about this story that's plausible, really at all.
Thanks, Maura.
You're welcome. Here's Adam Schefter with the latest on Kyler Murray.
If and when Kyler Murray is released, the Minnesota Vikings would figure to be the most logical landing spot for Kyler Murray of all the teams that are out there at this time. Kyler Murray is due about $19 million in guaranteed money on March 15th. The Cardinals won't put any more guaranteed money into him, and they will wind up releasing him today, at which point he'll be a free agent, free to talk to other teams, and I would think Minnesota would follow up on that list quickly.
Salk, you're right. Schefter's extra right now. I don't know if this is just his time.
I don't know if that's Frank Caliendo or Adam Schefter.
Well, Brock, you haven't even heard the other one.
What?
You haven't heard the one about how teams are valuing draft picks?
Oh.
It's like he's...
Very dramatic.
It's like he's breaking the, Watergate. Listen to this. Listen to how serious he is about the fact that teams are more interested in the 2027 draft.
The most underrated part of free agency, the least talked about, most significant thing that I heard over the last couple of weeks was how much teams are trying to hoard draft picks in 2027. It's amazing how when these trades come up, oftentimes teams are targeting draft picks in the draft of 2027. They are looking at that quarterback class. They are looking at all the great players in next year's draft and saying, I want in.
Yeah, mind blown.
I like how around the NFL has just turned into sound effects and analyzing people's tone and delivery.
What the hell is he talking about, man? That's a good piece of information.
Yeah. I told you the Seahawks have 12 picks in 2027.
And that's why I had Maura cut it, because I thought it was kind of interesting that teams are valuing next year, and the Seahawks are in really great shape there. He makes it sound like he's discovered uranium or something.
It's a big deal.
And then inside the mine, there are gold chunks that you can take out of the wall. Dude, chill out.
All right, I've got one more
One
from
more.
him on Kirk Cousins' future.
He's going to get released today. He then will be a free agent. This has been the expectation all along. Once he's released, he'll have time. He's been made so much money during the course of his career. He'll sit back, wait. He would become an option if Aaron Rodgers doesn't return to Pittsburgh. But Pittsburgh wants Aaron Rodgers to come back. It's up to Aaron Rodgers. We'll see if he does. If he doesn't, Kirk Cousins could come into play in Pittsburgh.
Oh, I bet Kirk's so thankful.
Pittsburgh's really in quarterback purgatory.
They are, but I bet Kirk is so thankful that he's now on A-Rod's time. I bet he is so...
I just get to wait and see what happens with Aaron Rodgers?
I just get to wait and see what Aaron wants to do. This is great for us. Love it, fam.
Yeah, I actually have a little bit of sound of Kirk Cousins when he found out about that. Oh, there he is.
I'm going to go vomit.
Oh, More.
What's the over-under for how many times Salk's going to play that by the end of the show?
You should know my 12-year-old friend next to me that if you present him a piece of sound like that, it's going to get played.
I'm just looking for a little reciprocity.
That was my bad.
It's no big deal.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Does Kyler Murray...
It belongs to the Pac.
On a serious...
Nobody made that.
On a serious
It belongs to the Pac.
On a serious note, you have been rightfully one of Kyler's biggest critics on the field.
Yeah.
I was one of his critics off the field.
Sure.
And maybe that's why I'm not working in the NFL. But do you think in the right spot he could resurrect his career? Do you think he could be a Pro Bowl caliber?
That's a good question.
Or help a team win?
That's a really good question. I don't know. I will give you an honest answer that I don't know because I've only seen him in Arizona.
That's right. And that place...
And the last few years have taught me that being in places like the Jets or the Cardinals or some others are so detrimental to the health and development of a quarterback that I don't know that we know yet.
Yeah.
Would I bet on it happening? No, I'd bet against it. I think his inaccuracies and leadership skill, I think some of those things are such a mess that I don't see it. But he's got his legs and he's got a strong arm. And because of it, yeah, it's possible.
Yeah,
but I don't think I would bet on it.
I think it can. I think Minnesota. If I'm Kyler Murray, and his dad is one of those quarterback dads, very, very involved, and has been kind of cultivating the career since junior high and everything else. If I'm his pops, Minnesota is the place you want to go. Great defense, great defense, really good play caller, and then you also have a real conversation, Kyler, that you're at a place here where you got like a 3-year window where your legs are still in good enough prime.
Yeah.
And you've got to realize you're not a pocket guy. Enough of this.
You got to run around.
Stop being
use
trying,
your legs.
like Russell for a bunch of those years, just trying to. No.
Just don't do that.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
Just go run.
Yeah.
Because the league, by the way, and Fernando is going to be the first pick. And guess what Fernando is, Salk? 6'5", 230. Guess what Drake was? 6'5", 230. And Sam Darnold, 6'3",
They're back
230.
to that. So until you can figure out, that makes sense. All right, that is a trip around the NFL. By the way, this is, I'm told, Eric DaCosta's wife.
We spoke with some loyal fans who are buying a little something for everyone in their lives.
I am so excited. You cannot believe how excited we are. We came right from our place of business to Modell's to get what? The AFC champion t-shirts.
Are you just going to play every piece of sound you like in the system today?
No. What are you talking about?
Tungus is next.
No, there's no Tungus. He's not related to this at all. But
How is that related?
That's his sister or his wife. Did you ever heard Mr. DaCosta, his dad?
Yeah, we have Tom Brady here.
Yeah.
We have Tom Brady here. We have Tom Brady here.
Yeah.
And Stephen Ridley. And another great guy. Wilcock.
Wilcock?
Right. Wilfork.
Sure.
Wilfork, I'm sorry.
Gonk?
Wilcock, yeah. Wilfork. Hernandez is going to do a great job. He sets in for Gonk as Gonk's hurt. But we have the defense is coming together.
The defense is coming together. They've got Gonk, Mora.
Ionic.
It's Ionic. Yep.
In Boston,
you know about this,
we have
right?
an
This is his
amazing
dad.
set of remarkable athletes whose action in the moment
Have become Ionic.
Have you had caffeine this morning?
Havlicek stole the ball. Fisk waving the ball fair.
Veritek splitting the uprights.
Bowie launched the Hail Mary pass. Veritek splitting the uprights.
God, the DaCosta family, man, he really never even had a chance. Just never even had a chance.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can. Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock.
I don't even remember the questions I sent.
All right, well, the Seahawks lost out on one of their running back targets yesterday. You had told me about this guy, and then he signed with Jacksonville. What happened?
So I did something yesterday.
Uh-oh.
Don't do a lot.
All right.
I tweeted, and I deleted.
Really?
Yeah. I had to delete a tweet. And then somebody screen grabbed it and was like, what's Brock referencing here? Even a friend of mine texted me with the screen grab of it. I don't know. It was up there for like 15 seconds. And it was after Christian Rodriguez had not gotten tendered by the Washington Commanders. And I know that there was some interest from Seattle with him. that when I said to you the other day, like, hey, man, just think of the unconventional. Don't just look at these unrestricted. There may be some movement on the restricted guys not getting tendered. Well, he didn't get tendered. And I'm on the phone right away on my way to the airport, and I'm calling people, and hey. And, I sent that tweet out. He didn't get tendered. And all of a sudden, Brady texted me about 2 minutes later and said, he gone. He's going to Jacksonville.
Oh.
I was like, what?
Oh.
And then, Salk, I saw what Jacksonville paid him. Holy smokes. The expected salary for Chris Rodriguez was $1.4 million. He ended up getting $6 million.
Sheesh.
And now he also goes back. Liam Cohen was his coordinator at Kentucky. So there's connections there. And obviously they lost their running back as well, ETN. So no harm, no foul. Good for Chris Rodriguez. He got paid a ton. And part of that was because I think Seattle was interested and others. So you just kind of ramp up the market value and you ramp it up and you ramp it up. And he's a Jacksonville Jaguar. And the Seahawks are still looking for a running back.
And by the way, there aren't that many left.
No.
The running back market is kind of... Ugh.
Lyle, you a Rashad White guy? You be down with him?
Obviously.
He's the Arizona State guy?
He's the ASU guy.
Right, now I got it.
I saw Devon A-Chain floated out there.
That would be interesting. That would be a trade. That would actually...
He's with the Dolphins?
Oh, yeah.
He's a good player.
He had a really good year last year.
Is he just always hurt? Is he a guy who's
No, he
always hurt?
finally stayed healthy last year.
Good.
Had him on my fantasy team.
But he had been hurt because he's teeny. Yeah. But, man, is he fast. Yeah. Like, if you have a Holani and a Kenny, that dude is one explosive sucker. So, we'll see.
Sorry, question number 2.
Question 2, Salk.
You know what? I was sent a text. Somebody wanted me to play a little bit of sound from Eric DaCosta's sister.
This is Maureen's sister, and I just want you to know that we've heard all the smack you've been talking about my little brother Dougie. I'll have you know that he's a sweet kid and a great player, and we're all ticked off about what you've been saying about him.
Seriously.
You better watch it, because my brother Bobby is out of jail, and he'll come after you. Also, me and Noreen don't like being called the Fister Sisters anymore.
Yep.
Neither of us have big bangs. No one in Revere has had big bangs in like 5 years.
Yeah.
Whatever.
All right, thank you. Whatever.
Was that... Well, no, Warren Moon was the first guy you pissed off. Was it the Fister Sisters that were next?
They were pretty close. That's the Fista Sisters. Let's get it right. Brock, speaking of Boston, Albert Breer tweeted out a crazy stat about a first-round quarterbacks who've been drafted between 2010 and 2020. What'd you learn?
Yeah, what I learned, Salk, is I knew that was volatile. So Kyler Murray getting released is now, this is from Albert's Twitter last night, with the release of Kyler Murray, just blank of the 29 first-round quarterbacks drafted between 2010 and 2020 remain with the teams that took them. 29 quarterbacks drafted in that decade. Still should be somewhat, obviously guys drafted in 2010 are going to be late 30s. It's kind of hard to be around, but 2010 to today, 2010 to 2020, 29 QBs drafted in the first round.
Yeah.
To be their franchise guy. How many of them made it? How many of them still around?
How many? 3.
3 of 29.
Wow. Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it is just...
Hasn't really worked out.
And I would say, honestly, if you're... Okay, there's 100 different reasons why. You know what is way, way up there? No continuity. One of the advantages, and there were disadvantages of playing in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s and the 90s and technology and helmets and getting hit and the football, all of it, right? Huge disadvantages. But those guys played with their coaches and their coordinators forever. Joe Montana, Bill Walsh. Just go through the list of Aikman and Norv Turner. The amount of constant change and turnover, it's not helped the QB situation either.
All right, quick question number 3. NFC West was tremendous last year. What are we looking at in 2026?
Yeah, there's one thing that's a little different between, was that Sesame Street, one of these kids doing their own thing?
Yeah.
That would be the Seahawks compared to their peers. And also, I mean, this was kind of crazy too, Saul. The Seahawks have lost in their players that have left $160 million in salary. And that's obviously the full contract of those guys that have moved on. This was kind of telling. This was a Hawk Blogger last night. How many Rams guys have gone and signed elsewhere? That'd be $0 for $0. So just kind of in the hang on, go for it mode. We know that LA is like, hey man, Matthew Stafford, I don't know how long that back's going to hold up. I don't know how long the arm's going to hold up. I don't know how much more he has in him. So we are all in, full boat. Kansas City Chiefs secondary, come aboard to LA. and we'll pay you a couple $100 million to do that. Nobody left there.
Yeah.
Seattle, very different cycle, and yet, right there with them, going to be pushing for a Super
I got some
Bowl title.
stats for you on this a little bit later. This kind of blew me away. That is today's version of Blue 88.
Hey, pal, it's Bobby Fista. I just got out of jail, and I'm talking to my sister Maureen, and she won't shut up about telling me what type of mush you are.
Jeez.
My minor league hockey career is over. I'm out on parole, and all I got to do is keep hearing you talk smack about my doggy.
Right.
I'm grabbing my buddies, Sully, Fitzy, and Murph, the whole McGillicuddy crew from Revere. We're going to fly out to Seattle and have a few words. Got that, Chief?
The whole McGillicuddy crew. Yeah, there was a lot of nerves there.
And of all people to pick a fight with, like I remember sitting there in that our old studio, like, why are you doing this to Dougie?
I know.
Just root for the guy.
2011. That was
I know.
2011.
Just root for him, and you were like, no, I want him to fail.
Yeah.
Every Mariner that leaves, I want them to fail.
Fail.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the Fist of Sisters. I
People
want them
were
to be
not happy
fail.
about that
Oh,
take.
no, they were mad.
Yeah. All right. Well, you know. They can be
We got
mad.
anybody mad on Here's the Thing? What do we got? What do we got? Tee it up a little more. What do we got?
There's a couple shots.
One guy
taken.
was mad because he couldn't understand the technology, it sounded like. Did we have him, or did you just let that
Oh
one
no,
go?
that one I was worried about. Someone was being asked to enter their credit card information or
Yeah.
something. I don't think that's us.
He might have found the wrong site. I don't know what's going on there. All right, let's come right back with Here's the Thing. If you've downloaded the Seattle Sports app, then obviously you can leave us these messages, and usually they're pretty funny. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, live from Mariners spring training.
Excited to speak with Kate Anderson with us, knowing there are a lot of eyes on you. There are a lot of people that are excited about your potential. And is that something you're even really aware of, or are you just tunnel vision on what you're working on?
Just really trying to take it all in. Like, the cameras are cameras. It's kind of part of it if you want to play professional baseball anyway. So really just try to take it all in, try to get as much information I can out of the vets, and just having a blast so far.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends over at People Come First, PCF Construction Group. Spring and summer right around the corner. Hurry up, summer, come here. Those winds were no fun last night. And if you haven't called PCF about getting started on your new deck, now is the time. I'm talking about a patio cover, heater, fireplace from PCF like they built for Molly and I some years ago. And with it, you can enjoy that outdoor deck or patio all year long. And right now, well, you can get up to $6,000 off your entire project. That's right, $6,000 off plus no payments and no interest until 2027. You can save an additional $1,500 when you bundle your deck and patio cover. Some restrictions do apply, but do what Molly and I did some years ago. Contact PCF for all the details. Start your planning, your designing of that dream deck now so you're ready to build by the spring. Planning permits take a little time, so please don't wait. Get started today. Get all your project ideas. Browse their amazing photos and find all the offer details at PCFgroup.com. That's PCFgroup.com, making your outdoor space where people come first.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
If you actually are the person that will take care of them after the fact, if you actually will be there for them, if you will pick up your phone, then they come back to you.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Spring is here, Seattle, and now is the smartest time to replace your roof. Trust your neighbors at 3 Tree Roofing, a local, family-owned company that knows how to roof in Washington weather year-round. Schedule your free estimate today at 3treeroofing.com to take advantage of spring pricing, shorter wait times, and get $500 off your new roof before the summer rush hits. Our experts come to you, build a clear plan, and give you an estimate that same day. No surprises and no high-pressure sales tactics. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
This season, go electric with Toyota's BZ lineup, available now at Toyota of Kirkland. Instant power, smooth acceleration, and a quiet ride that feels like warm-ups before the stadium fills. Come in, take a test drive, and experience the future of driving for yourself. You can take home your new BZ the same day right after you test drive it. Charge up this season at Toyota of Kirkland and visit them today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. That's toyotaofkirkland.com.
Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel welcomes Seattle Golf Show March 13th through 15th at Puyallups Washington State Fair Event Center. Parking's free. Get front door bonus golf, see 100 exhibits, top courses, and shop big brands with Putts Golf. Tickets, seattlegolfshow.com.
Opening day is just days away, and we want to send you and a friend to experience it like never before. Get front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions, first pitch, and more, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app and hit the Win tab. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Better Hustle contest runs through March 18th from the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Marcus. Sorry about Mike Heward. Not exactly Joe Cat there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Well, this is always fun on Thursdays. We go through some of the messages that you guys have left us over the course of the week. You got to use the Seattle Sports app for it, so download the Seattle Sports app.
By the way, did you notice on the Seattle Sports app? You been there lately? They got that little win button again. You know what you can win?
Yeah?
Yeah, home opener. Like around the opening, of the whole deal, like on the field.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Just click on that win.
All right, so download the Seattle Sports app, click on the win tab, and or you can leave us a message.
That's my bad. We probably should have been promoting that more. Sorry.
We have like a whole week for that.
Yes, it's a giveaway where we're sending one of you and a friend to experience opening day like never before. You get front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions, first pitch, and so much more, all from the field.
It's incredible. All right, so Seattle Sports app, go do that. If you don't have it, text APP.
You know me.
To our 866-979-3776. For God's sakes, let's start. Here's the thing.
Brock Heward doesn't just hate one kid.
I am so disappointed in Michael Salk.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're mindless. Love you, bye.
It's time for Brock and Salk's Here's the Thing.
Okay, here's the thing.
All right, let's see what we've got, starting with Spencer.
Here's the thing. This is my theory about why Brock says he would yell at those 10-year-old kids for running onto the green and stealing a golf ball.
All right.
I think he'd probably just be upset that they were even outside in the first place. Brock just wants all kids to stay indoors and play Madden 26. No fresh air for you. After all, Brock Heward doesn't hate just one kid.
That's true.
That's good. That's pretty good. I had a good sesh yesterday.
How many kids do you hate? What's the number of kids you hate?
I love children, Salk. Are you kidding
me?
There's
no kid out there you hate?
No.
I hate a couple kids.
I love kids.
I can think of a couple kids I hate. Here's Dale.
Dale in Moses Lake.
All right.
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
Can you please email me your guest schedule every day so I can approve it, and make sure you do not have guests on at 7:30 that I like? I've recently come to the realization that the local Spokane station that I watch your show on regularly every morning has decided to preempt the 7 o'clock hour for local news.
What?
So we only get your show from 6 to 7 and then from 8 to 10.
Well, that's ridiculous.
So could you please make sure that you do not have guests like Jeff Passan or Joel Klatt or any guests that I regularly like on in the 7:30 hour?
Wow.
Please email those to me immediately. Thank you for your consideration. I'm out.
Maura will do that.
Did you leave your email address? I didn't know about that. I mean, you can always watch on YouTube, buddy.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's available on YouTube.
The people east of the mountains, they like us on TV.
I understand, but...
And this lighting
you can
here
use YouTube.
is like...
Do you like the uplighting?
It's like Barbara Walters lighting. Like, who did I see? Where was I with... It wasn't Michael Jackson. It was somebody of that celebrity, and they had people like carrying around lighting. So anytime he was on anything.
Wait, when would you possibly have been around Michael Jackson?
When was that back in the day?
You were around Michael Jackson?
I believe.
What?
Yeah, Mike. I used to run in some pretty, pretty special circles.
Well, I don't think you want to go down that road too far.
You got invited into one of those parties.
I don't think you want to go too far into Michael Jackson's parties. This is Sven.
Here's the thing. I did not know my name was going to be on that, so that's incredibly embarrassing.
Yeah.
I also want to say sorry, Brock, about the USFL comment.
Yep.
I was just angry because I just want the Sea Dragons back, the Washington Stealth, and the Sonics. So I just got worked up. I'm really sorry, Brock.
All right.
Totally forgive you, Sven.
It's nice of you.
We're on the same team.
All right. Here's Sam.
Here's the thing. When the ball starts to fly like a tossed pizza pie, that's Canzone. You boys see my paisan smashing the cannoli cream out of that ball for Team Italy? He's going to be my X Factor this year, man.
So good.
Ciao.
Ciao.
So how many of those, Lyle, you were talking about the Italian roster earlier. How many of those guys on the Italian roster can speak Italian?
That's a great question. I'm going to take the over-under of 2.
I think that would be a pretty fun little skit, wouldn't it? Oh, the Italian team, you made the quarterfinals. We said in Italian. It's all in Italian with Jack Caglione. Hey.
He's like, ciao?
You think Dom does?
What do you think?
Can Dom,
how many?
Dom speak
No.
Italian?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
How many people on the Italian team could speak fluent Italian?
I don't know. Maybe a third of them?
Are there like a bunch of guys that are actually from Italy?
I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe
I just looked it up and they said, I think it looks like around 2.
That was my over-under.
We're born and raised in Italy.
Okay, and I'm going to bet that most of the guys who were born and raised here can't speak a word of Italian. Maybe a little, but not like fluent. You know who speaks some Italian? My wife. She took Italian all through college.
Sure did.
Yeah, studied in Italy.
Study abroad over there?
In Italy, in Florence.
It's a rough study abroad.
It's really hard. She hated it. Here's David.
Here's the thing, Lyle. I didn't even know what a stenographer was, and I'm 45 years old. I think defendant Mike Salk has spent a little bit more time in court than he leads on. So what's the truth here, Mike? Were you smoking more than butts down there in Paloma? I think the people need to know.
Paloma. That's Pomona. That's Pomona.
Palomas are delicious.
Do you like a Paloma?
Yeah, I don't mind a Paloma for breakfast. That's fine. When I was a kid in the summers, that's a true story.
You ever get arrested or nearly arrested?
No.
I have.
Nearly? I mean, I've talked my way out of some things like that, but no, I've never been arrested.
Mm-hmm.
But when I was a kid, my mom sometimes used to take us to the courthouse just to like watch trials in the summer. I kind of thought I was wanting to be a lawyer. And so we would go watch trials sometimes. It was awesome.
That's kind of cool, Jane.
Yeah, it was cool. Yeah.
Maura, you almost been arrested ever?
No.
No exciting stories? Nothing?
No.
Lyle?
I'm a rule follower.
Remember Paisley telling that story?
Oh, yeah.
Like, dude, I don't know if you could tell that story about the couch.
No, it was Wassel's story about the couch. Yeah, that was crazy. I think I would be honest. Like, my privilege legitimately got me out of being arrested. Like, I don't know how else I could possibly say it.
Oof. I almost got arrested at the airport for throwing my backpack. I was so mad.
Yeah.
I was about ready to get arrested. Just arrest me.
Oh. There was a question about me being arrested at the airport. When I was trying to interview here. When I was trying to get out here for that interview. They're like, sir, if you don't tone it down, we're going to call people. I was like, okay. But that wasn't like almost arrested. They were just giving me a warning.
Oof.
Here's Brock.
Here's the thing. As an ally of the plus-size hands community, I think it's time you give Maura a break. She's heard the comments all her life. Where do you buy gloves? Any relation to Edward Scissorhands? Did you play the harp in high school? While she's over there typing with very little effort, you guys are making cracks about what her hands measured at the combine. So let's take a beat. Let's rally around Maura and those impressive mitts and create a more positive hands-free work environment. I stand with Maura. Come on, girl, give me a high five. Gently, though.
Jeez.
Thanks, Brock.
Happy birthday. Wow.
As we've talked about with Maura, though.
Plus size hand community.
Plus size.
No, but what's unique?
Plus size
They're
hands.
not fat. They're
No,
long.
but
just
what's
plus
unique,
sized.
too, is you have a small palm, right? We measured the hand. The hand's
Yeah.
not extraordinary.
It's just the actual fingers.
Yeah,
'Cause my hand size for the combine wouldn't be.
You'd
as
be
big
like an
as quarter.
incredibly short torsoed person with extremely long legs.
That's a good point. Maybe Morosi can teach all the Italians how to speak it. He gets pretty into that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's finish it up.
People are with me. I was wondering when you said Paloma for breakfast. That was a
Right.
little weird.
That was kind of weird.
What do you mean?
You mean mimosa?
You can have a Paloma for breakfast.
You can?
Isn't it?
Grapefruit soda and tequila.
Yeah.
You're going tequila for breakfast?
Why not?
Tequila sunrise?
I mean,
I just don't
if
think
you're
it's
drinking at breakfast, why wouldn't you then go there?
You just said sure for breakfast, like it's common. I don't think it's a common breakfast drink.
That's the only time I think I've ever had a Paloma.
Okay.
It'll be early.
I mean, it's usually like a Mexican restaurant drink, or it could be on a cocktail menu in the summer.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
Or for breakfast.
I feel like I've mostly had them for breakfast. It's the grapefruit element of it.
Ah, I see.
But it's soda, not like, to me, the juice is more breakfast.
I know, but like,
More to each her own.
that's okay. I don't know. We'll finish up with Manny and Maui.
Here's the thing. Where is our most interesting Mariners countdown? Is the trash master
Banned.
really afraid of giving another bad take?
Yes.
I mean, sure.
Very.
Did you really say, Cal Raleigh isn't interesting? 60 home runs. Did you really say, Sam Darnold had a bad practice? Open up the competition. Super Bowl. What I'm trying to say is, your trash takes make us better, Salky. Leave Julio out this year.
Yeah.
See what happens.
Yep.
And maybe, just maybe,
Just
if you
maybe.
keep on doing a trashy job with trashy takes, you'll get your own statue and soda one day.
That doesn't take much.
Aloha, my brothers.
Aloha, Manny and Maui. Nice job,
Seriously,
everybody.
Your trash is other men's treasure.
That's true.
You're going to put that together next week.
I
The
am.
countdown's on.
Yeah, it
It's
should
opening
start
day.
Yeah, tomorrow. We should start it tomorrow.
Start tomorrow.
Yeah, 10. We'll do
most-
top 10.
Top 10 most
Yeah, start it
intriguing.
tomorrow. Okay.
Can you do that tonight?
Yeah.
On your way up at the Kraken?
I can do it.
At the bar?
I can do it. I can do it at 32.
Palomas?
I'm drinking Palomas. Yeah. That's it.
Big Hank in 20 minutes, man. This will be
Am I the
fun.
only one who has like specific drinks for specific places you happen to be? Like I mean, obviously the weather and the time of season factors into what you like to eat or drink, but I even have like specific, like when I go to this bar, I always get Guinness, but when I go to this place, I always order a whatever. Like I don't know, it's just.
They have a name for that guy, but we'll forget about
All right.
that.
Anyway, let's come back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know.
And in this
Brock.
room, I've got this liquor. And
All
in that
right.
room.
Speaking of the guys partying with Michael Jackson, we'll be right back with everything you need to know next.
4 Down Territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
You watched every target to Rashid Shaheed, so what did you see?
He's good off the line. I like his release. He has a couple releases that he goes to that works. And the reason why they work is because he's extremely fast. You have to respect everything that he does. I think that once he gets on a defender's hip, he is gone. The saying, if he's even, he's leaving. That is exactly him.
Catch every 4 Down Territory on the Seattle Sports app.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
P&D Tree Service. Experts in local tree removal. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. Have you ever seen a tree removed by a crane? P&D Tree Services specializes in close-quarter tree removal to minimize impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeService.com.
Mariners fans, the 2026 season is officially on deck. And Cal, Julio, and the defending AL West champs are ready to feed off your energy at T-Mobile Park. Be here for every monster home run.
There it is, number 60. The magical tour of Cal Raleigh just continues.
Every 100-mile-per-hour heater.
He throws it and the ball game's over. Andres Munoz has simply been incredible.
Every clutch moment.
A bases clearing, 3-run double by Josh Naylor. Holy smokes, the Mariners have the lead.
It's going to be an epic 50th season, and you won't want to miss it. Mariners baseball. Try to answer.
Lock in your spot for the season with a Mariners Reserved membership. Get the best seats at the best prices for 20 games of the whole season. Plus amazing perks like guaranteed postseason access, year-round savings, and more. Memberships start under $500. Find your plan at mariners.com/26.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text AREA to 42424 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text AREA to 42424. That's AREA to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
New siding doesn't have to break the bank. We offer affordable options that add value and protection to your home. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. And while we're at it, ask about our roofing, windows, decking, and gutter services for even more savings. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free siding inspection. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly with nationwide 5G because Cricket is on the AT&T network. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
It's just been the most bizarre story, and I know there's those who don't think it is a story or think we shouldn't be talking about it, but Randy allowed this to be a story for another day by not addressing it yesterday, this bizarre Cal-Randy thing that Cal spoke to a couple days ago. Randy had the opportunity yesterday and instead declined to speak to reporters, and so we've got another day, and eventually Randy's going to come back to Mariner camp, and he's going to be asked about
today,
it.
Right?
I don't know. I don't know how long it takes
at least
them to get
travel
back.
Where were they? Houston.
I don't know what the rules are on how long it takes to get back, and maybe you get a day off or whatever. But sometime in the next day or two, he's going to return to Mariner camp, and he's going to be asked about this by every Mariner reporter and everybody else, and they're going to have to deal with it in some way. Instead of he could have at least taken some of the sting out of that yesterday. So I thought it was a mistake. Other people saying, hey, look, Randy's the one who's upset. Cal doesn't get to decide that it's nothing. Only Randy gets to decide when he's been apologized to and if he feels good about it.
I've seen some of that, and I knew the minute I sent that tweet out last night that there would be some
legitimacy
response.
to that.
There is some.
I'm not going to say that's nothing. I think there's some legitimacy to that.
But the Cal needs to apologize. I mean, Cal told him ahead of time, bro, don't do this.
Again, Randy is the one who's offended, so I don't know exactly what led to that.
I'm asking you not to ask me about this, and then you're going to ask me on the air.
Don't touch me.
That happened one time, by the way.
To who?
Oh, it's an ugly situation. I actually broke a headset in here.
Why?
Well,
did I ask you?
No.
Oh.
No, when you were on your sabbatical.
Oh.
And someone had a certain key vote and felt like I was needling it, and I was like, oh. Yeah,
I didn't have to do that. That wasn't me. That wasn't me. I can tell you that. In any event, he didn't kill the story, and, now here you are. Meanwhile, the U.S. team saved by Italy yesterday. They had a big win over Mexico, so U.S. is out of pool play. They take on Canada in another U.S. It's like the theme of the spring.
How badly does Canada want their boys to win? After we took their gold on the ice.
It would be pretty hilarious.
Women, we took their gold.
Canada becomes a baseball country while the U.S. is now a hockey country.
Is Eric Bedard pitching for them out of the bullpen?
He is,
like James Paxton?
Yeah. I'm sure that's just who they wanted for team chemistry. Korea against the Dominican, and then the next day we get Puerto Rico, Italy, and Venezuela, Japan. Mariners, Cole Young went 3 for 5 yesterday. J.P. Crawford with a couple of hits. Luis Castillo went 3 1/3. Matt Brash faced hitters for the first time, so all those things were pretty good.
Our bullpen depth, like in the system,
it's not good. That is a problem.
That's why they're like 4 and 15.
That's what we talked about.
Bad.
Now, the other side of this, and the one sort of negative from yesterday, unfortunately, is that Bryce Miller went out, tried to throw, and couldn't do it.
We did have a chance to talk with Justin Hollander in the last 10 minutes, and he said, basically, this is rehab. This was the next step for him, and he did indeed feel a little bit of tightness in that oblique area when he started to up the intensity moving down the mound. So what they're going to do right now is they are glad he stopped it. The object is not to push through it, but it is to get through it without feeling anything.
I don't think this is any long-term worry, no real long-term worry for the year. But opening day, I would think at this point, 2 weeks out, I would think that would be in doubt.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Seahawks just made a move a couple minutes ago. They re-signed fullback special teamer Brady Russell, 2-year deal. According to Tom Pelissero, said he had interest elsewhere, wanted to stay in Seattle. They had let him go by non-tendering him yesterday, but he ends up coming back, just for a little bit less money?
Yes. So instead of the $3.5 million, you sign him back for $1 million or whatever it may be.
All right. Well, good to have him back. They also bring back A.J. Finley.
Good job, buddy.
A.J. Finley. I mean, to be fair, he literally didn't play all last year. He was hurt.
Correct.
And they liked what he had done last offseason, so they wanted to keep him around. And, they could use a little safety depth right now, so he's back. Jake Bobo gets a tendered contract. Brandon Peely and Cody White do not.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not they do the same thing with Peely and White today. This is the last couple days.
I'd like to see Brandon Peely back. I like him. He's a good player.
I mean, he forced the first fumble of the season, for crying out loud.
Did he really?
On the kickoff. No, it was Mike Morris. Was it him? No, I think it was Pele.
I don't remember. But I like him.
I think it was Pele.
I think he's a good rotational piece.
350-pound kickoff cover guy.
Yeah, why not? Put him out there and see what happens. In the meantime, the Seahawks not alone. Everybody, it seems, Brock, is much more interested in next year's draft than this one.
The most underrated part of free agency.
Seriously?
The least talked about, most significant thing that I heard over the last couple of weeks was how much teams are trying to hoard draft picks in 2027.
I don't know why that sound cracks me up so much, but that's hilarious. Thanks, Adam. Appreciate it. Hey, I didn't even play it that time. That was Mora.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Thanks, Mora. Kraken have the Avalanche in town tonight. Gonna see the debut of Bobby McMahon. I think he'll be on the fourth line. That was the practice lines yesterday that I saw. Probably means that Ryan Winterton is out. Maybe it'll be my guy Melanson Brock. I hope you don't have to go to the game and not see Melanson play. That'd be awful.
I'm going to make a sign free Melanson.
Yeah, please do. Tremendous comeback win for the Torrent. Lots of good signs there last night. 13,350 people in attendance. Carpenter, Grant Mentis, and Sardakny all score. And that is everything you need to know. My favorite part of the game last night, I was telling Mora, is between the second and third period, they did a sports bra toss where people throw packaged sports bras out onto the ice, and they're donating them to girls so they can get into sports. It's a really cool idea, honestly. Yeah. But it also is somewhat hilarious. And at the end of it, right before the period starts, the big voice guy comes on and is like, "Oh, please, at this point, there should be no more sports bras being tossed on the ice. Please refrain from tossing your bras on the ice." It's like, well, things have changed a lot from when I started going to hockey games in the 80s at the old Boston Garden. Like, man, it was awesome. It was such a great environment, so much fun. Jonathan Vegas just took a 7 on 17 on the par 3, so he dropped out of being on the leaderboard there. And
kudos to my Vandals over there. Kudos to the Vandals.
I was just going to say, Tommy Fleetwood and Mav McNeely now at the top.
In the lead? Yeah. The Vandals, like the Zags, boys and girls, men's and women's teams, all going dancing next week.
Very cool. All right. Well, we've been waiting. We tried to do this Super Bowl week, and it didn't work out.
Well, we didn't have any guests on Radio Row.
Yeah, we were just like, we don't do guests this week. We're only getting ready for the Super Bowl. Yes. Don't worry about it. Well, Jonathan Hankins.
Big Hank.
Now, does he get a ring? He should, right? Wasn't he on the team at the beginning of the year?
First question for him. Ask him.
I'm curious if he gets a ring. Big Hank, Jonathan Hankins, Mora's guy, joins us next on Brock and Salk.
Having one of those days where a little of this would make things so much better?
Fastball, strike 3 called. He got him looking. How about that for a Cactus League debut? Cade Anderson striking out the side.
We got you. You can stream every Mariners spring training game live for free on the Seattle Sports app. Making lives better through Mariners baseball, one
goodbye baseball
at a time. Home of your American League West champion Mariners.
Well, spring is all about getting ready for summer, right? Those March showers last night get you ready for April and May flowers. But you got a room just sitting empty in your place, and you've dreamt of making it a home gym. Brock Hewitt here. And you've heard me talking about your own home gym being the very best, avoiding the wind and the rain and the dark and all the wait for the machines at the gym. Allow Top Fitness to create your own home gym. Give them your room dimensions, and they'll do a complete fitness room design. No secret. Why everybody, from personal trainers to pro athletes, love their stuff. They represent the best brands in fitness, like Precor, Inspire, along with many others. And they have everything from flooring to weights that go in your own home gym. And right now, you can get spring special financing with 0% interest for 12 months. Plus, mention me and receive a $150 credit towards any purchase over $1,000. Spring, it's here. So get in Top Fitness with locations in Tukwittle, Linwood, or Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Hi, Chuck here at Frank Lumber the Door Store. Something that happens here most every day are customers and contractors looking to purchase doors they can take today. Frank Lumber has a good selection of pre-hung display doors that are ready to go. And if we don't have what you need today, whether it be style or size, and you find a door in stock, we can still get you taken care of quickly. Come visit our showroom and bargain barn in Shoreline. Also, be sure to check us out online at franklumber.com.
Join the Seattle Sports Commission for a star-studded fundraising event featuring the athletes and icons of Washington sports. Experience red carpet interviews, sports exhibits, a silent auction, and live awards show created for the sports community by the sports community, all while supporting the nonprofit power of Seattle sports. Don't miss your chance to be among the stars on March 13th at the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year presented by Microsoft. Get your tickets now at seattlesports.org.
Get broadcast times for every Three Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League broadcast.
Holy smokes, he does it again!
At seattlesports.com.
Brock Ewart here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, we met about a decade ago when you came into the studio, and at that point, IRG was humming, but you were not 40 locations strong all over the neighborhood. How have you done this, and why?
Number one, Brock, great people. Our strength here at IRG is our people. Secondly, we are a company that has a culture of giving back and taking care of our patients, taking care of our team, and thirdly, taking care of our community. We want to be your family physical therapist. More importantly, we want to be your family's neighborhood physical therapist. We want you to come in, have a great experience, and get better and get out there and be pain-free and function.
Taking care of your friends. Taking care of your neighbors, taking care of your community, and taking care of Western Washington. With over 40 locations now, that's exactly what IRG Physical and Hand Therapy is doing. Find them in person, find them online at irgpt.com. That's irgpt.com.
Ready to free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business empowers leaders with smart business buying tools, leaving time to focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future at amazonbusiness.com.
Save $10 on a pair of Rain X Latitude wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Our professional parts people will even install them for free.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
So it's guest time. I didn't book today's guest. I booked the last couple of guests. They were all pretty good. Waiting on Jonathan Hankins. Now, this is a Brock guest today.
Yeah. How did I know this was coming?
Where's Jonathan Hankins?
How did I know this
Is he here, Brock? Is he already? Or are we waiting on him? Brock.
So I got so lost in all the fun we had today, so lost in our mumbles, the fist assistas, and everything. I didn't do my obligatory text an hour before reminder.
Yeah.
Probably big mistake.
Probably should have done that.
Probably big mistake.
Is that why we don't have Jonathan Hankins right now?
He's on the East Coast as well.
Okay.
So he said, by 11:30 I should be good.
I should be awake.
Yeah.
And just as a reminder, I'm just curious. When we were supposed to have Jonathan Hankins the last time, did it happen?
No, that's not true. No, I don't think that's how that works.
There was a lot of we were expecting to have him, and then it didn't happen.
Yeah, and then we kind of gave him
There was, I think, a time change difference.
And then it was like media row. We don't do stuff. We're not like everybody else.
I'm just saying, like, this is maybe a time when you could have, checked back in.
Yeah, I did yesterday.
All right, well,
we'll
see. Just
I think Big Hank's eventually going to get going. You know how D linemen, they're on their own pace, Salt? Okay. Chris Canty's now live on the air every day at 4 in the morning. So,
True.
But most D linemen, they move at their own pace.
You know who's a huge dude is Chris Canty.
Yeah, he's a big man.
6'7", 3 something, like 330 or something.
He's a big man.
He is a really, really big dude.
As we wait for Hank, can I ask you this question? I didn't tee you up for this, so this will be a little
I like those. These are my favorite.
Off the cuff.
Yeah.
Because, like, and this is what happens. The first week of pre-agency, of tampering period, the free agency, the new league year yesterday, all of it. And just, we're so dialed into this and have been for days and weeks and months. But to the casual fan that's just coming about it, right? And you mentioned this with Ken Walker getting off the plane yesterday in Kansas City. There are going to be a whole bunch of Seahawks fans that were like, what happened?
Did I tell you how that ended up going, by the way? Like, I ended up getting some confirmation on that whole thing.
No.
When I went on with my buddy Aaron Crawford, the country guy, he asked me to come on The Wolf with him the other day, and they were like, what is going on with Ken Walker leaving?
Right.
And I was like, this is exactly what I was talking about.
Yep.
Let me come back to your question, because we do have Jonathan Hankins with us
nice.
now. What's up, Big Hank? Good morning.
What's going on, everyone?
What's up, man? How are you?
I'm enjoying my time. It's been a great 2 days.
Where are you?
I'm back in Michigan, Troy, Michigan right now.
Okay.
Hey, we were wondering, you got a ring, right?
Nah, I just got word back from my agent. I wasn't able to get one.
What?
Yeah.
That stinks.
Why? What?
I don't know. I ain't really want to go too deep going back and forth with my agent about it, but no, they said not this year.
Do you want me to talk to somebody down there? Salk and I, we do this, man. Do you want us to bring the Seahawks on? Like, what the heck's happening here?
I don't know if anybody can say something. At some point, I wanted to reach out to John, but I know he's busy with free agency and now.
Was it because your ring was too big? Like they didn't have that size? Or
would you like a petition, perhaps?
Honestly, I don't need to worry. I just want one. It'll be nice, but I can understand why not.
What if we got you like a cubic zirconia ring?
Stop. No.
Like the fake ring. Like it's not even a real diamond. They were just like, come on, man. We want to at least acknowledge your what you did here. Well, that is too bad. I was really hoping actually that you would. But you're such a great person to talk to about this team, about what they've done, and then kind of think about what they're going to do next here in free agency. What is it? You were around this whole group and around Mike for the first year or so. What made this group? What made them so special this year?
Really just how, the brotherhood of the team, of the coaches, the whole organization, man, from John to Mike to, the defensive side. Obviously, I didn't get to build a good relationship with the offensive guys, the staff, but just off that 1 year that I played there, we were so close. Obviously, we were just a few pieces away. They was able to seal the deal this year, but just really the bond that they have. Playing for one another, having, understanding and respect for each one that's trying to, get to the ultimate goal. It was pretty simple. Obviously, they had a lot of talented guys, a lot of young guys that stepped up that played well. And, it kind of just, for him to turn around in 2 years, that's something that's unheard of. And now everybody's trying to adapt that way.
Did you see this coming? Did you think that this team would win this? Would have the capability to win the whole doggone thing?
I would say talking to DeMarcus Lawrence, because last year free agency, I was thinking about hanging it up, and then once I had heard when that he was coming, that's all he was talking about. He said, "Man, Hank, this has got to be the year." Obviously, spending quite a few years in Dallas and not being able to win the big games, and to come over here his first year and everything we talked about over the phone and seeing him playing like, this is first or, young D-Law. And, obviously the young guys contributing and everybody's just playing such at a high level. Each week watching it, I just knew that this was the year, and they definitely pulled it off.
Where are you right now, Hank? Are you still playing? We hear kids in the background. I know DeMarcus got like 12 kids. I don't think you got quite that many. Are you done? Are you officially? Are you moving into the media and big time talks and the podcast? Or are you still?
Yes.
You done?
Yeah, I'm done. I'll be having a statement coming out soon. I probably will be retiring as a Las Vegas Raider. So just waiting for everything to kind of settle down.
What's DeMarcus going to do next year?
Well, I believe he has another year to play with the Seahawks. So I don't think he's going to just stop at one Super Bowl. I definitely think he'll be back for more. But then again, like you said, he got more kids than me. I guess I got some catching up to. But I think it would be only right to run it back and try to, be two-time Super Bowl.
What goes into that decision?
Hold on, by the way, I hope you're right. I mean, like, for whatever reason, it's been out there kind of as some speculation that maybe he would retire. And obviously, if he does, it would completely change the Seahawks offseason in terms of their needs, because I can't believe how good he was this past year.
I don't think a lot of people expected him to perform the level that he performed. It would definitely suck if he didn't come back, just with the amount of guys that I think the Seahawks lost. But, they're so deep. John has done a great job getting that roster together. But having him definitely elevated, a lot of guys around him, which, you've seen this year.
Have you had that conversation with him at all to have some info to be able to say, hey, I don't think he's going to retire?
Honestly, he shot me one text. I sent him a congrats, but I believe he's still out there partying, enjoying it. To work as hard as he did, to go through everything he's been through, and to obviously win the Super Bowl, and then a couple of days later give birth to his baby. I'm sure he got a lot going on. I'm sure he got a lot to think about. But just knowing him personally as a brother. I think he'd be back, so you don't got to worry about that.
Jonathan Hankins here with us, and he's got that podcast. Salk and I were peeping your podcast. I told you this at the Super Bowl.
Oh, that's the one in the spa, right? Isn't that the one where they're like in the spa?
And we thought they had like robes on, like the cloth robes.
Yeah, it's like
they were in like a nice room that was just aesthetically pleasing, and they had neutral colors on, and you guys turned it into a spa.
It looks like one of those Vegas spa, like when you're at like the Cosmo or something, and they're like, "Hey, you won some money last night. You want to come down to the spa the next morning?"
It looked very normal.
It's awesome.
They just exaggerated.
It looked great.
Where was that at?
Yeah, it was one of the big time talks he did with Byron Murphy, and you guys were two big men.
Oh, okay.
Very comfortable.
No, that was in the podcast studio. It was a couple of different angles or backdrops.
Sure. Yeah.
That one. Spa. I won't necessarily spa vibes.
I think you should do that. Nice. If you haven't, why not try it? 2 D linemen hanging out in the spa. You don't think people would watch that?
That's right.
Hey,
little pedicure.
It'd be in the sauna if any places. It'd definitely be in the sauna.
So what goes into, Hank? What goes into that decision for you? Is we don't need to be the newsbreakers. You can pass that on to Schefter. Somebody else can break the news. But what goes into that decision for you? And then what do you think are some of the keys in the decision making for DeMarcus?
As far as him coming back,
continuing to play, or when you've done it as long as you guys have at the high level, like what went into it for you to push you over to the edge of retirement, and what do you think are some of the factors he'd be weighing?
I think one for me was obviously trying to win their Super Bowl. I think 2, it was just being around a group of good guys that's willing to work, guys that have the same motivation and aspiration and dreams of obviously winning the Super Bowl. So I would say my last 3 years, I felt like the guys I was around and the teams I was a part of, we had everything that we needed to get there. Obviously, we wasn't able to, but just being around your brothers, being around a group of guys that have the same goal to win and want to become better and be better. And obviously, the Seahawks built a great culture there that, outside of football, just the amount of resources you have, the amount of love from the staff, from the coaches, from the players. You play the game this long, it's kind of hard to just walk away. Mm-hmm. And to, be around guys that's hungry and want to get to the Super Bowl and win and be better. that's a feeling that, it's kind of hard to just walk away.
We're talking to Jonathan Hankins, and if you're watching on YouTube, you can see his smiling face as well as he's hanging out with us on video, which is great.
Yes.
We talked a little bit about DeMarcus Lawrence. I got to talk to you, though, and ask you some questions about what it was like to play next to and around the guy who really became my favorite player on this team, Leonard Williams. I think it is almost criminally negligent how little people around the country have talked about and know about Leonard Williams. From your perspective, how good is he, and what is it like to be around that guy?
And by far one of the best defensive tackles, defensive ends that I've played against. And, playing with DeMarcus Lawrence, I felt like he's by far the best defensive end, run down, pass down, anything as far as just, being a attack player. But Leonard, man, big cat. Talking about somebody that can stop the run. You talking about a guy that is real unselfish. Obviously, he wants everybody on the D-line to eat, the linebackers, the secondary. But a guy that's just a leader, a guy that to the point where, my last year and a half there, he did. Sometimes he didn't practice a lot, and not that the staff or the players felt some type of way about it, but the guy's just willing to work, willing to grind through the the hard times, the short weeks, and for the average fan, they might not notice, but the guy gets beat up a lot. He's taking two, he's throwing his body in there, and to see that every day in practice and see it transition to game days. It's kind of just like unheard of, and for him not to get the amount of respect that a lot of us feel like we deserve. But he's been a tremendous player everywhere he's played at. He's been a tremendous player. So I was so happy for all the guys, for them to finally get everything they deserved and that they earned.
You play with this guy, and what is his name? Max Crosby. You ever play with him?
Yes.
Yeah. What do you think of old man Max? What do you think? What's going on with old man Max Crosby?
I honestly believe Max is just doing, I'm sure he's listened to his agent. Obviously, the trade didn't work out. It was some skeptical decision about his health. The guy been playing basketball. He's been working out. Obviously, just seeing him post online, I believe he's okay, and he should be able to, practice or whatever the case may be. It really didn't make sense. Obviously, I was a bit surprised that the Raiders decided to trade him. Having a guy that's such a, diehard fan, a guy that's, pretty much evolved while he was with the Las Vegas Raiders. So when the news broken that he was getting ready to be traded, I just thought it was going to hurt the organization. But, that trade, at the end of the day, it makes sense for both sides and to see it not,
So if John Schneider calls up Hankins after this interview, it's like, hey, man, I'm sorry about that ring thing. We couldn't find size 21 finger. We'll see what we can do. And he also says, Hank, talk to me about Max Crosby. Would you trade the 32nd pick? If you're the Seattle Seahawks and Boye's out the door, we'll see about Chenna. Would you make the move for Max?
Oh, yeah, 100%. That's a once-in-a-lifetime, soon-to-be Hall of Famer, a guy that just has a motor, a guy that just, won't be denied, a guy that does everything right. He's the first person in the building. Good story. I used to be the first person in the building. I used to compete with Derek Carter being the first person inside the building. So as he got his big contract and before I got traded, we used to try to figure out who would be there first. That just shows the amount of passion and love of the game that he has. And I feel like he hasn't done anything wrong. It just didn't work out. Now, I'm curious, just like everybody else, does he stay a Raider?
Yep.
He's bled the Raiders since he's been drafted there. For me, it'd be hard to see him go, but I think them having Clint Kubiak over there now, it'd be hard to just, if it wasn't the trade was to come to leave now, especially all the good things he has done and all the acquisitions they've made.
How about Jalen Carter? If John said, okay, hey, look, I can't get Max. It's just not going to work out. But the Eagles have kind of called, and there might be a way to do it. He's only got 1 year left before you got to pay him. There's obviously some question marks about who he is, but not about the talent. Is this locker room strong enough and all the brotherhood and everything you just said? Could they take on Jalen Carter and have a tremendous amount of success with him?
I think it'd be very successful if he was to come over there, especially having AD, Justin Hines, the staff, Mike, man, it's kind of it's pretty hard to explain the culture there. They allow you to be you. You have all the support you need. You got guys, like when I say ball players, as y'all seen this year, they got dudes that can play. So it makes it very easy for you to come in there and do your job and execute, rather than being, a tough, challenging time where you just ain't got enough guys to really get the job done. There at the Seahawks, that'd be insane. We thought last year was crazy. If they was to pull something off like that with Brian Murphy on the side. And I still think Brian Murphy ain't getting as much attention as he deserved. Nope. That guy was a stud, all pro. Like,
you're speaking my language here.
I guess when you with the Seahawks and you got that many dogs on the team, you can't just fill the Pro Bowl with every single Seahawks player. So
we're sort of cheating this week, Brock, because we've had 2 defensive linemen on. We had Chris Canty on earlier this week, and I asked him some similar questions. I'm not trying to kiss up. I just am a big D-line guy. I think that if you want to win, you got to have the right quarterback, and you got to have a defensive line. And you got to have enough defensive linemen so that they can rotate in and not be exhausted over the course of a game. Because if they can play X number of snaps, a percentage, they can go all out on more of them.
Are you trying to get on his podcast?
I am. Yeah, I'm really hoping to get on one. I want a robe. But it's true. If you want to win, you better have a great defensive line. And the idea of Byron Murphy and Jalen Carter together, are you kidding me? How could you not want that long term? Because eventually Leonard's going to look at how the fun Hank's having, and he's going to retire too because he's got a lot of outside interest. Going to go, what is it, spearfishing or whatever? Like, he's got other things he wants to do.
Yeah, it's crazy. When you're constructing a defense, you got to have a defensive line, and because I definitely want to give credit to the offensive side for the Seahawks, especially seeing the offensive line and going against those guys. Man, whoever the offensive line coach is, kudos to you, man. And for those dudes, those young offensive linemen that improved and got better to fit in the scheme and maximize all the potential, got to give those dudes credit. So just like on the defense side, you got to have some guys on the front. On the offensive side, it's the same thing. It ain't just a quarterback and a running back. You still need guys to protect them. So that Seahawks team's loaded.
Last couple minutes here with Jonathan Hankins with us. How many organizations did you play for, Hank, in the NFL?
Played for 5.
You played for 5. So we like to talk here on the air. We've gotten to know they're our partners. We're the flagship, known them, get inside the ropes an awful lot. And it's easy for me to brag about them and say, man, they're so well-resourced. They take care of you. You don't understand. Like, this is one of the few quality organizations. You played for 5. From your own life experience of walking in 4 other buildings, compare and contrast, what does set apart the Seahawks from your perspective?
Well, obviously, the views for practices, you can't beat. Being right off the water. When it's warm and it's nice out. Now, I would say once October, November hit, it's dark when you wake up. It's dark when you go home. But just how they treat you in the building. There's nothing they don't have that you can get access to. Really just the bond, being there with your brothers, because pretty much you're seeing them all day, pretty much the whole year. So really just having that relationship with the guys inside the building is really what makes a team and creates a winning culture. So from the strength guys to the staff to, the quality control guys, man, everybody is, just top of the line. There's really nothing bad to say. Obviously, they made an addition to the training room, which was huge. Got the chance to use it as much as I can before, I wasn't late. But wonderful organization, wonderful people. Obviously, it's in the Pacific Northwest, which is on the other side of the states, but great place. I think my second favorite would be New York Giants, obviously being drafted there. Great organization, great facilities, just a ton of history of great players being there. So from my experience, I don't think anywhere I've been has been really a bad place, but those 2 organizations definitely stick out for me.
Hey, last thing, and then we'll let you be on your way. And by the way, I think you're going to be good at this. Just my initial read of the new member of the media, Jonathan Hankins. Like, I feel like you're going to be pretty good at this. Take me back just about a year when the Seahawks traded DK Metcalf and Geno Smith within a couple day of each other, or whatever it was.
About this time, yep.
What did you think? Did you think that the team was potentially going to be better for it, or were you like, "Oh my God, this is going to be a disaster"? What was your feeling in the moment?
Yeah, when they traded DK, I wasn't too much worried. I wasn't worried, honestly, because Njigba and the other receivers we had was willing to, or ready to step in and be that guy. For Geno, I think it would have been nice for him to stay. Obviously, it was a money situation. He wanted to go somewhere else. But I ain't gonna lie, sometimes I think if those guys would have stayed, would have still have been the outcome. We would never really know, but I think John and the staff and the organization knew that they had a plan, and Mike, and they believed in the younger guys. That's one thing. When I was with the Super Bowl weekend, everybody kept asking me. I was really, try to shed more light on the younger guys, because I was there seeing them, try to get better every day, never quit, always work, and to, see them be some of the stars of this year. For a while, the Seahawks got there, obviously with the load of talent that they had. It was amazing to see. Those guys were battling their injuries, working to get back, and to see them have their shine, their chance, get rewarded with new contracts. Man, that's the best feeling you have for your brothers out there.
I love it, Big Hank. Let us know
It's
how we
super
can
fun,
help,
man.
Big
Yeah.
time talks.
Yeah.
We'll
Hey, I'm always here, man. If you have
Are you? Okay.
Yeah, what do you do all day?
Oh, pretty much just, watch my son, take my daughter to school.
Yeah. How old are they?
So my daughter's 5. My son is about 13 or 14 months right now.
Oh, man.
He's a handful. I never really knew being at home this much.
Yeah.
Boy, I thought it would be a lot simple, easier.
No.
Man, putting on chairs, dumping things out, throwing the pins around.
Yeah, you should go back to work for like 5 or 6 more years, and then come back and be like, "Oh, you're 8. This is super easy. Let's just talk and have fun together."
Yep.
But it's been amazing, man.
That's awesome.
One reason why I wanted to, hang it up, to really spend more time with my family and not being always out of the house at 5 a.m. and back at 6.
That's
but
cool. Just do us a favor and don't tell DeMarcus Lawrence that you like it. Tell him that you don't like it. Tell him how hard it is being at home. And, oh my God, if I had 6, I could never do this. You better stay in the league at least one more year, man, because we need him back next year.
Tell the fans to calm down. He ain't going nowhere.
I love it. Big Hank, thanks so much, man. We appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys.
There
Talk
you go.
soon.
There's Jonathan Hankins, dude. Well, first of all,
How's
great
this been
news.
D-line week, by the way?
I just, it
D-line
kind of
week
works
here on
out
the
that
Brock
way.
Salk Show.
Sometimes these things happen. Well, there's a lot to react to there, and that's the best news you could have possibly gotten, right?
Yeah, 2 or 3 times he's reinforcing.
I gotta tell you, that makes me feel so much better.
He's coming back.
That makes me feel just so much better. We'll be right back on Brock and Salk.
He built the Seahawks into the 2025 Super Bowl champions.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
And every Thursday afternoon at 4, he's on Seattle Sports.
We have higher expectations for ourselves.
It's the John Schneider Show, presented by Silver City Brewery. 2025 NFL Executive of the Year, John Schneider.
I think it's the ultimate organizational award.
Every Thursday at 4, exclusively on the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, homeowners, on this wet, windy Thursday morning, are you stuck on that credit card treadmill? Stressed because your consumer debts, your monthly payments are just too high. It's not adding up. Well, Brock Hewitt here with a smart solution for you. Your home's equity in the Seattle Metro is probably larger than it's ever been. It's like you're sitting on a stack of cash. Consider a cash-out refinance. Tila Mortgage to consolidate all those high-balance credit cards, second mortgages, home equity lines of credit, maybe even student loans, or get that cash for the remodel you've always wanted. With interest rates finally coming down, consolidating your debt now may just be the best decision you ever make. With excellent client reviews and trusted in Washington for over 25 years, Tila's got competitive rates on refinance, purchase, or reverse mortgages too. Tila, spelled Tila, is the name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. Give them a call this morning, 206-766-8888. Mr. Duffy and crew are ready for you. 206-766-8888. Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker. NMLS 2472046.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. The March sales event is on at Toyota of Renton. Finance the 2026 Corolla LE or the Corolla Cross L at 4.99% APR for 72 months, or lease the 2026 Camry LE at $279 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Find them at toyotaofrenton.com. Offers valid through March 31st, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, licenses, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable documentation fee. Model 1852, 6302, 2552.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-777-1225.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
All right, an hour to go here. Brock and Salk Show. Bob Stelton will join us from Peoria in 30 minutes.
Good guests, by the
Bob
way.
always gives great
Bob
guests.
gives good guests.
It's very true.
Yeah.
And Wyman gave great guests earlier this week. So I got to find out. I wanted to wait on Bob long enough to see if he had already talked to Brendan Donovan. Okay, good. So that should be perfect because he's going to be in love. I mean, Bob will be so happy because he's going to be madly in love with Brendan Donovan. So I'm looking forward to that.
What was the name of that guy that licked his shoulder? We figured that out. Brendan Ryan.
Was Brendan Ryan.
So he's gone from Brendan Ryan to Brendan Donovan.
I think that was Brandon Ryan? No, Brendan Ryan. They're both Brendans.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
That's his kind of
so
guy.
I'm really glad to hear what Big Hank told us a few minutes ago. That he really believed that DeMarcus Lawrence would be back next year and not to sweat it, which is good. Because I follow this. This is kind of a long story. Remember this guy joined us one time. His name is Kevin Cole. He has a newsletter called Unexpected Points. And at some point I wanted to read it, so I actually subscribed to his newsletter because I wanted to read something.
Hooks in you.
I can't get out of it.
I feel like this was the one that went so in depth that none of us really understood.
Yes.
It. Yes.
And it's $10 a month, and every month, like I get a little. Yes.
Does Heather know this?
No. And every once in a while, I get like a little alert on my Capital One card, like, you've spent another $10.99 on unexpected points. I'm like, yeah, because I can't get out of it. It's like the mafia.
It's like a timeshare.
So thankfully,
they got a guy you could call about
right
that.
off. No.
Yeah, unexpected newsletter exit list or something like that. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So anyway, here's what he had today, and maybe this is concerning to you.
Okay.
This is points-based improvement in the NFL based on off-season roster moves and draft value. Okay?
All right.
So essentially, this is looking at the expected change in your plus or minus
This
points.
guy, by the way, tries to say to Barnwell, hold my beer.
This
right?
guy's, he's super
He tries to even go deeper than Billy.
super deep
All right.
into it.
All right.
So, like right now, the expected biggest change in a positive is the Cleveland Browns at plus 30. That's based on the moves they've made and the draft value that they have.
Okay.
The Jets are actually number 2. Then the Titans, the Rams, the Dolphins, Raiders, Panthers, Cardinals, Steelers.
Yeah.
And then you start getting close to 0, right? Roughly like the Niners are just over 0. The Saints are just over 0. The Lions are just under. The Broncos are just under. Falcons just under. And you keep going down and going
Just
down.
under
and down.
0?
Just under 0.
Oh, just under 0.
They're just under 0. Why?
Okay. No, I got it.
What did
All
you
right.
mean?
No, that's you're really under here. Okay.
They're like around 0.
Okay.
They're like roughly.
And where are Seahawks?
Well, because negative would be like you've lost points, right? Like
Sure.
they're like your expected point differential is expected to drop by this many points.
Yep.
The Seahawks are at negative 20.
Negative 20.
Second worst in the NFL.
They would be leading the golf tournament.
Yeah, well, they sure would. Well, they'd be second behind the Colts, who are at like negative 24.
Okay.
But they're at negative 20.
Yeah, I mean, the outlier there is the Rams. You know, this exercise just teaches you that and shows you that. Every other team's terrible.
Right.
So, you know, Cleveland's terrible.
They have a ton of draft value.
Jets are terrible. The Tennessee, like they're all bad teams and been bad for quite a while.
Yep.
The outlier is Rams because the Rams are in this absolute go-for-it mode. I don't know if you heard Chris Long yesterday. He was talking about how energized everybody is. You asked Big Hank like a year ago at this time, what was it like to pivot from DK and Geno? And he's like, ain't gonna lie, right? I mean, it was kind of with Geno, like, get your money, but, you know, John will have a plan. Well, it's the opposite right now in L.A. Like, they lost to Seattle twice by a hair. And both times, it was pretty darn obvious. Like, man, our offense is humming. Our offense did things to Mike McDonald nobody else could do. Almost 600 yards of offense on that Thursday night, right? But we got a glaring weakness. And then they went out and they aggressively attack it. Sign their own, sign McDuffie, sign another Kansas City corner. Like, let's go.
Yep.
And they have still some draft capital because of that trade they made a year ago. That Atlanta have 2 firsts to get rid of one of them. Still have that. Still have draft picks. And they're in absolute go-for-it mode. They're the outlier. Everybody else on this list, like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Great.
Yeah.
Great. I'm glad you got all this draft capital because you suck. I'm glad you've added and spent $280 million, Raiders, because you've been terrible. But, yeah, the outlier there and the one to, you know, obviously the one to watch.
No, you're right. I mean, if you look on the left side of this, on the negative side of it, there's a lot of either good teams or playoff teams, but not entirely, right? I mean, like there's the Bears are on there, the Lions are on there, the Broncos are on there, the Patriots are on there.
On the negative side?
Yeah. The Bills, the Green Bay Packers. Like, so that's, you know, the way the NFL wants it.
Yep.
And I do think some of that has to do with the expected draft value. Like, I would actually be a little more interested in this list without the expected draft value.
Right.
And I'm guessing that's one of the reasons the Seahawks are so low. Not only have they seen people walk out, they haven't brought anybody back in yet, and they only have 4 picks, and all of them are in the, like, you know, the
last
end
pick of the round
of each draft, of each round. That being said,
this is the hole you
everybody
climb
hates
out of,
this
man.
draft.
Yep, but this is also the hole you climb out of, man. This is the hole you climb out when you're the Super Bowl champ.
Mm-hmm.
The schedule's the hardest. The draft is the worst. This is the way the league is set up. This is why the league is what it is. This is why there's new playoff teams every year. This is why a Seahawks team that was 60-1 could win a Super Bowl. Like, there's hope. There's hope for every team in this league.
So let's come back to the news, but suggestion that we got from Jonathan Hankins that DeMarcus Lawrence is likely to return.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to say is going to, but he did say, knowing the guy very well and being good friends, that he thought he'd be back and not to worry about it. Okay, so I'll stop worrying about it. For the sake of this conversation, I'll assume he's back. Changes the calculus quite a bit, doesn't it? I mean, not entirely. You still need to replace Boye Mafe.
Mm-hmm.
You still have you still think he's probably only going to do one more year after this. So, okay. You still want long-term help at the defensive end edge position.
Yep.
But I would say, honestly, Brock, it does make me worry less about that spot than I was a couple days ago.
Do you worry less? And he pointed to, he didn't know the name John Benton, and he wasn't around the O-line this year, but he pointed to that O-line coach and give that guy an award and what he did to develop those young guys.
Yeah.
What he said near the end of that conversation is what I wrote down, and it's true. They believe in their young guys.
Mm-hmm.
And a year ago at this time, there was a lot of frustration. Well, these young guys aren't any good. Like, they haven't done anything. This O-line's been bad for 10 years. But then Kubiak and Benton and that whole crew comes along, and they elevate Sundell. And they elevate Abe Lucas. And they elevate these guys to go from good to being... Same lines. They really believe in Jared Ivey and Connor O'Toole. Mm-hmm. Names that, Brian mentioned to us last week. And those are names that I hear that we don't know. But there's a reason they kept them on the active schedule last year. If they were just kind of, we'll see. They'd have put them on the practice squad, and maybe they get picked up somewhere else, like some other guy.
They kept them on the active roster.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And Ivy's a very unique. They're going to give those guys enough. It's just the Mariners conversation, right?
Mm-hmm.
With Colt Emerson and Cade and all the. We're going to give you the runway, and we're going to develop you, and we're going to give you every opportunity.
I got to say, yes, and I'm okay with that to a certain extent. You do need to leave open the possibility for the Josh Jobs of the world to make their leap and their ascension because they're cheap, and that allows you to spend more money somewhere else.
And the Drake Thomas, and the Kobe Bryant, and the Jalen Sundell.
I'm not killing
undrafted.
I'm not killing
them. Okada.
But I think your comp to Colt Emerson is ridiculous.
Are you taking a shot at me right now?
No, I'm just saying
that. You're trying to take a shot.
I'm not.
You kind of gave a little Adam Schefter pause there.
Yeah, I'm now into the Schefter.
Is he trying to is he trying to take a shot at me?
I mean, Brock,
absolutely.
Colt Emerson is a first-round pick who's a top 15 prospect.
Okay, they pivoted from DK last year to give JSN the runway.
Who's also a first-round pick.
Right.
So I'm not saying that you shouldn't eventually trust young guys, but there is a difference between saying, hey, Colt Emerson was our first draft pick and he's a top 15 prospect.
Sure, that would be JSN.
Right. Versus saying, hey, this guy is, an undrafted player from over a year ago who didn't have any snaps last year, and we think he's going to come in and replace Boye Mafe, who somebody just offered $20 million a year to.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that can't work, but I don't know that they're analogous.
But there is a spectrum in the NFL. That's where the sports are a little different, and roster size and positions and everything.
Honestly, doesn't that feel a little bit more like saying, "Hey, we just really believe in Ryland Thomas, or we just really believe in what's the new guy, Brennan Davis, or something like where you're like, okay, like you may be going a little like." We just really think Ryan Bliss is going to take.
We believe Dom Canzone's.
But you saw Dom Canzone do it.
He did. He took a step. And they looked at Ty Okada, and they looked at Josh Jobe, and they look at Drake Thomas, and they look at Jalen Sundell, and they look at lots of those guys.
Asking and banking on a couple of.
But you're not.
No,
you're not because you got DeMarcus and Derek, and right.
That's why this changes the equation for me a little bit. Colt Emerson versus Jared Ivey is going to be a little hard for me.
Shefter me like
that's going to be a little too much for me. That's going to be going a little too far. Bob Stelton joins us in 20 minutes, right after we give you everything you need to know next.
4 Down Territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
You watched every target to Rashid Shaheed, so what did you see?
He's good off the line. I like his release. He has a couple releases that he goes to that works. And the reason why they work is because he's extremely fast. You have to respect everything that he does. I think that once he gets on a defender's hip, he is gone. The saying, if he's even, he's leaving. That is exactly him.
Catch every 4 Down Territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here for my friends over at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, and really some awesome entertainment options coming through. Great concerts. Hinder, April 4th, if you want to go see that. Pop 2000 tour will be in August, and then Queensryche is in October. One of my favorites, band that I saw a couple of years ago, and I'm kind of psyched to go see them again. Was just listening with Avery to them last night. All that info, all the concert info is at snocasino.com. You can also make reservations at any of the restaurants, and I'll check out Falls Buffet. They're still serving up all your favorites, like that prime rib every day, the pasta, the stir fry, the pizza, the salad bar, the whole deal. It's all at Seattle's closest, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. Adults ages 18 to 65 and older are invited to try out for the PSSBL this Sunday, March 15th at Hogan Park at Russell Road in Kent. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school, college, and even former pros. Get all the info at PSSBL.com. That's PSSBL.com.
Where's everyone going? To get their $15 St. Paddy's Day raffle ticket from Washington's Lottery before they're gone. With a $1 million grand prize and only 250,000 tickets available, you better go get yours today. Game on.
Our number one thing with them is always like, hey, welcome someone in and assure them that they're in the right place. We're going to take care of them.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
How can you grow your business from idea to industry leader? With smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need. Go to AmazonBusiness.com for support.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches?
You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, well, the story that just won't die. Cal Raleigh and Randy Arozarena, and yesterday Randy played and
played well, right?
I don't.
No, he struck out 3 times.
I was going to say, I didn't think he played all that well. He also just didn't want to talk about it and kind of waved off reporters, said no thanks. And look, I mean, without knowing.
Okay, what's your gut and your bet? Does this end tomorrow? Like if he's traveling today, he gets today or whatever. Does this end this weekend? Does it end on the Bob and Dave show, the Wyman and Bob show this afternoon, tomorrow afternoon? I'm
like he goes on with them?
I'm just done.
No,
we're
I don't
fine.
think so.
I love Cal. Kumbaya.
But if I worked for the Mariners, I would be really asking him to do that. Like, hey, man, you got to end this thing. What are you doing?
Right.
And I'm just going to come back to the Bob Stelton. We're going to talk to Bob here in 15 minutes. Like, you can't have it both ways. You can't go on and on and on about how great the chemistry is and how much everybody loves each other and let this bizarre incident hang out there without closure, especially when, as I said before, it's not so much the handshake thing. It's what Randy said publicly to the media.
It's not at all the handshake thing, is it?
No, like guys can get mad at each other. That's fine. I've just never heard of anybody going to the media and saying things like he did. Never, ever, ever. Cannot come up with a single example of it. And because of it, I think that you got to at least address it. You got to end it. You got to give it closure. And then figure out how you're going to move on, which is fine.
There's some of these issues.
I don't think it kills the year.
There's some of these issues in relationships and in life and in parenting and in marriage and in decision making that are hard. There's some things that are just hard. Mm-hmm. And there's some stories that are very difficult for us. You know, how do we look at this? How do we approach it? How do you tackle it? This isn't that hard. It takes like 8 words. I love Cal. I said stupid stuff. We're done. It's over. Mm-hmm. And it's over. Like, and then you just go play. And when people kind of watch some of that, sure, naturally, hey, you know, how's the interactions there? How's Ray? But largely, Salk, 99.9% of it eviscerates right then and there.
Yeah.
I lost my cool, said some stupid stuff. I love Cal. He's my teammate. But just as he said, we're brothers.
Along.
Let's go.
But if you let it kind of fester, it just seems bizarre. I'll tell you who I would assume would get involved and try to end this thing is Scott Boras, who's Randy's agent. Randy, what are you doing? Just go end this thing.
Yeah, and you don't.
Hey, can somebody get Heyman on the phone so we can get in touch with Scott Boras and see if we can?
And in the court of public opinion, that's the captain who had 60 home runs. It's beloved. Like you probably don't want to fight with him either.
Mariners get a home run from Cole Young yesterday. He went 3 for 5. He's killing the ball over the last week. JP with a couple hits. That's good news as he's been playing some shortstop. Luis Castillo went 3 1/3. Unfortunately, there is like this one little story marring that, and that is what's going on with Bryce Miller, who was unable to get through his bullpen, not even able to get to his bullpen session yesterday.
Bryce Miller was scheduled to throw his first full intent bullpen. It would be just like a normal midweek bullpen. Since suffering the inflammation in his oblique, he was scheduled to throw that today. He went through all the normal progression that you do to do that, threw on the flat ground, moved it over into the bullpen area, started throwing from a distance, and then when he started getting down the mound, not his actual bullpen throws, but the ones that lead right up to it, as you're building the intensity, he stopped. And he stayed out in the bullpen for about 20 minutes, talked to trainers, talked to the pitching coaches. We thought he was going to resume because the catcher stayed down for a while, and then he didn't. He walked inside, declined to talk with the media.
Everybody's declining to talk with the media these days.
Shannon,
it's infectious.
Shannon, very good reporting right there.
It is very good reporting.
She's so good.
I don't think it's the end of the world there either, but
Did he make his first start? Is he the 5th starter?
I don't know, obviously, but we're 2 weeks away from opening day. I would say
kind of a big one then for Emerson today.
Yeah.
Emerson's going to get 3 or 4 innings. He's going to get the ball to start. The other guy that's been pitching very well.
Criswell's been great.
All arms, all elbows, all legs.
Yeah, I would. Lyle, what do you think? Do you think Bryce Miller makes his first start of the year? 2 weeks out?
Feels like we're trending toward no. And my guess is it'll just be Emerson Hancock as a result.
I tend to agree.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Seahawks bring back A.J. Finley. They also tendered a contract to Jake Bobo and signed Brady Russell to a 2-year deal.
So just kind of all, again, the pieces of the puzzle as he fit this thing together. So those guys were all in that restricted, or Brady and Bobo, in kind of a restricted free agency deal where you tender him or not. They did not tender Brady because they felt like he could go to the market, and nobody values him the way the Seahawks do. As a fullback, as a special teamer, sign him for a 2-year deal, less than what the tender is. For Bobo, there might have been a market. Originally, a week ago, right, it was thought they're not going to tender him, and then it's like, well, actually, there's maybe a team or two out there that want a Jake Bobo as their fourth receiver and special team guy. So we'll put this tender on him. We'll pay him a little more, $3.5 million, not guaranteed. So he's still got to make the roster. But yeah, kind of some of the stuff, on the decimal point of that $300 million salary cap, Salk. All right, the 0.00, you need these guys. You need guys making $1 million that are contributors and players, because the other guys on the other end are making 20, 30, 40 million bucks.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Let's see. Kraken tonight hosting the Avalanche. You'll see the debut of Bobby McMahon. Torrent got a great win last night. 13,350 people there on hand to see it. It was awesome. And that's without, by the way, Hillary Knight playing. They put Hannah Bilka on long-term IR. So 2 of their 5 Olympians are gone. So they're not even out there with them, and they found a way to beat Boston, which was great.
Did they show big Bobby Wagner on the big screen?
They did not.
No, I think Bobby was there last night.
I'm curious how much of the crowd would have known what that was. It's a very different crowd.
Oh, you think so?
It's a little different from some of the other. I think they would, but it was
12s.
I mean, I'm sure if they put his name up.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not sure I know the answer to that one. Everything is changing quickly at the Players Tournament. Tommy Fleetwood now in the lead, 5 under, 1 ahead, or 1 shot up on Maverick McNeely. So there you go.
And March Madness starts next week, Saul.
I didn't.
It starts next week. So the men play all their tournaments. Huskies big overtime win over SC yesterday. Let's see, they got the Badgers today. Going to have to make a real Cinderella run. They're going to have to win the Big Ten tournament. Let's see. Are they playing they tip off here at 11:30.
All right. There you go. That is everything you need to know. I don't know this story, so I've been saying I can't come up with another example of this. Somebody's come up with one. It's not recent. 206 says Don Sutton and Steve Garvey had a public beef. Do you know about that?
No.
Where one guy said the other had a Madison Avenue image and wasn't the MVP of the team. All right. I don't know that one. Good story.
Salty. Sexy.
Yeah. All right. How did that end? I'm curious how that ended.
Would that have been mid-'80s? When would that have been?
I think earlier than that.
Earlier than that.
I
Dodgers?
think that's 70s.
70s? Okay.
I think so.
Okay.
I would have to kind of look that up. I don't know about that one.
All right.
Pete in Bellingham says, Salk, you sound like a gossipy person, a woman at a coffee shop. All right, well.
Are you a gossip?
Absolutely. I've never denied that.
Brock loves some gossip.
Yeah. I've said forever I'm a gossip. Absolutely. I love gossip.
Has Brock been like, guess what I heard?
I know. What? You're gossipy too.
I like more information.
It's fun.
I'm more
Same
of a...
thing. Both of those things are very, that's tomato.
No, gossipy tries to make stuff and fluff. And,
well, that's different. No, I don't. I like hearing gossip and passing it on to the next person.
It can be facts too, but you're like, guess what?
Right, guess what I heard.
Knows this.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Making something up would be different. That's malicious.
Right.
But gossiping is just taking what you heard and passing it on to somebody else, having a fun conversation. Mike, you're beating a dead horse at this point. How much more airtime does this need? I don't know. Ask Randy. He's the one who didn't want it to end. And then 253, absolutely. They should just make up an open mouth kiss in front of the press. That would probably end the whole story. Bob Stelton will be there for it, and he'll join us next on Brock and Salk.
4 down territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
You watched every target to Rashid Shaheed, so what did you see?
He's good off the line. I like his release. He has a couple releases that he goes to that works. And the reason why they work is because he's extremely fast. We have to respect everything that he does. I think that once he gets on a defender's hip, he is gone. The saying, if he's even, he's leaving. That is exactly him.
Catch every 4 down territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends over at PCF Construction. People come first. It's not just a name. They really believe it. And with spring, well, it's a perfect time to start planning your dream deck. And right now, PCF is making it easier than ever to get started. I'm talking about 50% off your custom professional design and architectural drawing package. For those of us that have been there, 50% off of that package, that means a lot. That means you can save over $9,000 on your project. And with 12 months of no interest, no payment financing, you can design your deck now and pay later. Most people who start with a design package end up with the outdoor space they've always dreamed of. This offer is your first step to do so. Don't wait until summer to wish you'd started sooner. Do what we did and contact PCF Construction Group today. Get your project ideas, browse your photos, and find all the details at PCFgroup.com. That's PCFgroup.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Join the Seattle Sports Commission for a star-studded fundraising event featuring the athletes and icons of Washington sports. Experience red carpet interviews, sports exhibits, a silent auction, and live awards show created for the sports community by the sports community, all while supporting the nonprofit power of Seattle sports. Don't miss your chance to be among the stars on March 13th at the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year presented by Microsoft. Get your tickets now at seattlesports.org.
Don't miss the John Schneider Show, presented by Silver City Brewery.
I truly believe defense wins championships.
Thursdays at 4, only on Seattle Sports.
It's funny how you get used to things in not so ideal condition around the house. It's Dave Wyman here, and for me, it was old windows. After 20 years in our home, virtually every window had a broken seal. We got used to cold drafts, outside noises, and condensation. And if you're in the same boat, use this spring to say goodbye to the old, dreary windows and hello to your new exclusive windows from Harley Exteriors. Right now, they're having a spring cleaning sale to complete your home makeover. If you buy 10 windows, you can choose between 20% off your entire project or get a free door. On top of that, make 0 payments and accumulate 0 interest for up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade, manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Call 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today at harleyexteriors.com.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. I would rather get my teeth drilled than go to a car dealership. However, I recently had a breakdown with my vehicle, and I knew that I had to get a new one. I knew where to go. Wayscar Ford in Auburn. I'd heard amazing things. I knew the GM, Mark, so I ended up going out there. Mark, you're with me right now, and I got to be honest, even knowing you, I was nervous. Just being at a car dealership brings pressure, but you guys really focus on customer experience.
Well, there are some dealerships where you go in and you feel like you're getting jumped on. We don't do that. Okay. There's absolutely no pressure at our dealership, period. And we backed it up with a 5-day or 500-mile, 100%, no questions asked, money-back guarantee. We only want to sell you a car if you want to buy one. So if you want a low-pressure experience, check out our reviews. We have thousands of 5-star reviews. You can buy with confidence. Wayscar Ford's been family-owned and operated in downtown Auburn for over 103 years. You don't stay in business that long by not taking care of people.
See it for yourself at Wayscar Ford in Auburn. That's wayscarford.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, Bob Stelton's going to join us in a moment. I don't know if he's awake yet. Yeah, this was mine.
Was it?
This one was mine. Yeah, well, we're.
And what did Maura just say? He's got one of the more unique voicemails.
Yeah. Also, it's Bob. Like I was always sort of under the assumption that he would not be awake right now. That this was always
maybe I'm doing something
a
wrong.
Possibility.
I called, it didn't ring, and then this lady said, the operator voice says, at the sound of the tone, it will be exactly 9:30 and 20 seconds, and then a beep, and then I just came back in here, and our one of our other lines was ringing, so I was like, oh, he's calling me. It was his number, and then that same thing happened.
Oh.
The voice said that.
You sure you got the right number for Bob?
He's got some bot.
I don't know what's going on.
Is Bob the Russian bot? More, do you need me to send you Bob's number? Are you okay?
I don't think so.
I can send you Bob's number. For some reason, you don't have it. But that's kind of weird.
Well, what if we make Lefko? Lefko poked Wyman the other day.
What's he going to do to Stelton?
What's going to happen when he goes into Stelton's barometric germ-free chamber, right? The cryogenic chamber that he's got to unlock for Bob to rise like the Undertaker and take our call. Ugh. Yeah, you trying to text?
I'm trying to text him. Tell him to call the hotline.
That's what you get. This is your guest.
Oh, yeah. Are you sure you have the right number for him? Maybe you're telling the time lady to call.
Sounds like you got a bot, Maura.
Yeah. Remember when we were kids, you used to be able to call that number to get the exact time? Did you ever do that as a kid? There was a number you could call to get the time. Like, that was a real thing.
What number would you, from what phone?
Is that the number I have?
Any phone. It might be. You also.
Well, we didn't have phones when we were young. So
I don't mean from your cell phone.
From
from any. Yeah, you would call 1-800 whatever, and it would give you the time. Just like Maura just described.
Did Bob give me a fake number?
I don't know. He just said he was going to call. I told him to call the hotline. He wrote me back.
Oh, there he goes.
Is.
Thank goodness.
Maybe he blocked you or something.
Yeah.
There was also a line that we could call when I was in high school where you could get all the scores. Yeah. You ever do that?
Yeah.
If you were like, I want to know what happened with the Bruins game tonight, you call the number and they would tell you what happened in the games.
Bookie Bob.
No, it was just the number. It was just the scores.
That was your bookie.
When I was 11?
In Boston, yes. Actually.
I know. I guess I've told that story about my prom when we were getting dressed. We were changing for our prom, and this guy we knew was working there. He was a senior, maybe just out of high school, and they were roughing him up like, hey, you owe us $50,000, and if you don't pay it, we're coming back here again next week. And we were like, oh my God, that's Jesse. Like, we know that guy. Like, he's going to get his ass kicked. Like, this is unbelievable. Yeah. All right. Do we have Bob now?
Bob. Yeah.
Do we have? All right. Hi, Bob.
I'm sure it was an error on my part.
Bob, it sounds like Maura, either you blocked Maura or she did something to your number. I don't know what's happened.
Or you gave her a robot number.
Yeah.
We good?
I've just had enough of her, really. I mean, she just is overwhelming. She's consistent. She's so persistent.
Yes.
I'd had enough. I need a break, man.
Is it possible? And I don't want to overstep here, Bob. And so please just tell me if I'm
out
going
your business.
Too far. But is it possible that now that you've met Brendan Donovan, you don't have time for anybody else?
You know what, man? I've got to tell you, you are 100% right about that guy.
Obviously,
I freaking love that guy. Love that guy.
Why?
I mean, he's just a unique guy. I mean, first of all, when you're speaking with him, he's looking you right in the eye, and then you see the wheels turning. He's thinking of his answer, and it's a really thoughtful answer. I don't think he threw out a cliche in our entire interview, and he gives. I mean, he's got an interesting perspective, and he's got a grind and a work ethic that obviously has been instilled in him since he was a kid, as a military kid, and he loves the game. And I love these guys that love the game, like him, like Naylor, like even watching Ichiro. I love seeing that.
How many years were you in St. Louis, Bobby?
just over a year.
Oh, it was just over a year. Okay. It felt like 9?
Well, it was like dog years. It's like 7, 8 years, yeah.
All right. I'm curious that year in St. Louis because he does reek of like the old Cardinals, right? Like that's how they came up in the system, like in the 80s and the 90s, like, for a lot of decades and generations, right? Like Cardinals baseball, you think of Cardinals baseball. Isn't he Brendan Donovan in that regard?
Yeah, I wasn't there that early, Brock. I was there in 2010, but yeah,
you weren't there back then?
You don't remember Bob Tudor or John Tudor? Excuse me, Danny Cox, Terry Pendleton.
I was there. Yeah, Stan Musial was the guy I loved to talk to all the time. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, covered Bob Gibson, I think, for a while.
Yeah, when the mound changed. Yeah, I was there for that.
Yeah, me and Ozzie Smith, we were hanging all the time. It was great. No, but in all honesty, I think you're right about there's a certain element that exists with that franchise. I mean, baseball is religion out in St. Louis, without question. It's a holiday when it's opening day out there. Nobody's at work. Streets are packed. It's madness. So there's just a different level of I don't know, attention to detail and expectation and just importance about baseball in St. Louis. And he reeks of that without question. So that's something that has carried over, I assume, from the old days, Brock. I wasn't there, but I assume it's carried over till today.
Scale of 1 to 10, what do you give that handshake of Brendan Donovan's?
That's about an 11.5.
Yeah.
I was prepared for it, though. I went in. Brock would be proud. I went in, looked him in the eye, said, "All right, I'm gonna give him that grip right back."
Yep.
He's gonna get that grip right back. So we kind of there was a little stalemate there for a hot second, then I let go.
I can't wait to hear that Donovan's on the IL for with a hand injury after shaking hands with Bob.
He kind of comes in sideways at you. It's almost a sidewinder shake, like a.
Bob's ready for that.
When you
Brazilian
arm wrestle somebody, right?
Ready.
When you arm wrestle, you turn over like over the top, like you turn that wrist over. And he kind of comes.
You're getting leverage.
Yes, he kind of comes at you with leverage on leverage. Way to go, Bobby.
I'm guessing Brock noticed how big his forearms and his wrists are, though. I mean,
Yep.
His arms are the same width from his elbow to his fingers. It's interesting. And the guy, we had to wait forever because he was in the cage. That guy was in there taking cuts for easily an hour plus. He was the only one in there, and then he came out and he said, "Yeah, today was more of a light day." I said, "All right."
He's something.
Grinder.
Grinder is the word.
Who else has jumped out to you in your 3 or 4 days there?
Well, we finally got to see a game yesterday, so I want to see some of these guys play. We just hadn't seen anybody play, and yesterday was Cole Young looks good. He looks real good. And I know he was struggling early, but man, he was squaring the ball up yesterday. Hit a home run, had 2 other hits. He just looked comfortable. And Connor Joe had a great day out there as well, which, I'm not sure what his role would be on this team if he's got a shot to make the roster. He's a utility guy, what have you, but he looked good out there. And then the guy I really wanted to see was Brennan Davis because he's just kind of been such a unique story, a guy who was the number 3 overall prospect in the Cubs organization. He was number 15 in MLB pipeline, but he's an injury guy who's just been injured every single year. And he's been tearing the cover off the ball in spring. I mean, I think he went 0 for 2 yesterday, and it dropped his average to 379. He's just been on fire. So I wanted to see him out there. And, just, again, another guy, he's an outfielder. I don't know how he really fits if he were to make the club, which I think is a long shot. But just a great story to see a guy who was that highly ranked and just dealt with injury every year. Watching him take advantage of an opportunity here is pretty cool. So those are the guys that stuck out in a good way. Matt Brash, his first spring training appearance looked really good. He was touching 98, and he 15 pitches. They got him in, got him out. He looked great. The only guys that gave me a little Robles does not look good, and he's a guy that I kind of picked as a dark horse who could really be a difference maker, and that's obviously still could be true at spring training, but his timing, he's getting beat by the fastball, and he's way out in front of the off speed. He didn't square anything up. He's hitting like 83 or something at this point. So his timing looks a bit off to me. And then, again, you take spring training numbers for what they are. Luis Castillo didn't look awesome yesterday. it's spring, but those are the things that kind of stuck out yesterday.
Where do we find you right now, Bobby? Are we in the house? Are we out on the putting green?
We're standing out back by the putting green. Yeah, I'm trying to negotiate my way through all the goose poop back here. Kind of walking around. Yeah. But hanging out. It's very, very warm. It's going to be in the 90s today and the 90s tomorrow. So beautiful right now.
So good. So you sat down with Cade. We didn't get a chance to catch up with Cade. You guys chatted with the slinging southpaw. What was your takeaway from that conversation, Cade Anderson?
He's very self-assured. He is very, I would say he's not arrogant. He's not cocky, but he is very confident. And he's not an easy laugh. I'll say that. He's not a bad guy or mean guy by any stretch, but he just seems all business. And he had talked about when he got drafted that he was, the people around him and some of his advisors were saying, you'd be good in Seattle. That would be a great spot for you because of how they deal with pitching, how they develop pitching, and you want to go there. And then he said before the draft, I was hoping I would go to the Mariners. He goes, you don't have to believe me if you don't want. I'm like, no, I believe you. I don't. Yeah, I don't. No, let's not get defensive here.
I know you covered Musial with the Cardinals, so you've been at this for a while, but you're probably not going to believe me.
Listen, I go back decades, buddy. Okay, back to Stan the Man. But no, it was just funny how he immediately followed that comment of, "Hey, I was hoping the Mariners would pick me," and immediately followed it with, "You don't have to believe me if you don't want to."
Right.
So that was funny. But he's a very confident kid, man. I'm very, watching him, and then Sloan, who I know you were dazzled by his quads. I've heard about that.
Bob, he front squats 315 for reps. So I don't know if you do that in the jiu-jitsu gym or not, but you can imagine 315 pounds on your front shoulders doing that for reps. That's like not human kind of stuff.
I would snap bones. I think my knees might explode. I'm not. He's it's amazing. I'm sure you guys did this where you stand behind the net and watch those guys when they're up there pitching. And watching that guy, first of all, he's got serious heat. I mean, that guy throws hard, talking about Sloan. The other guy that stood out in that way was Brian Wu. Brian Wu has got the easiest heat I've ever seen. He gets up there, and he almost looks like he's just kind of playing catch. He's very tight in his rotation. His movements are very tight and minimal, and that ball just pops out of his hand, and you hear that the catcher's glove sounds like a firecracker. It's impressive to sit behind the catcher and watch those guys throw.
Yeah, Wu I remember watching him a couple weeks ago, just how confident he seemed walking around the building, just like he owned the place, and in a good way, not in a like he was being a jerk, just like he just seemed like he belonged and knew he was one of the leaders and had an awesome season and was psyched to go back at it. Now, there are two stories that are sort of bubbling under the surface here, or sometimes even above the surface, that are kind of in a different direction. The first would be Bryce Miller, who unfortunately had to shut down the bullpen yesterday before it even began. Thoughts on whether or not he's going to make an not opening day start, but opening day roster and be ready for the first start of the year, 5 games in?
I don't think he's going to be ready for that. I don't think it's serious. I mean, look, you know how the Mariners are. They're not portraying it as anything serious. Justin Hollander was saying, look, this is part of the rehab. He's been told if something is off, it doesn't feel right, pull the plug. And that's what he did. We were standing there when it happened. He was there just throwing off the front of the mound. And then he turned around, walked to the back of the mound, started talking to some of the trainers and people there. And then they just said, all right, pulling the plug today. And he said he felt a little bit of tightness, but I just think with the amount of time left, they're talking about a couple days and they'll get him back out there throwing again. He's going to continue to throw, and then he'll do what they call touch and go bullpens sort of thing. I don't really know what that meant, but he said if he gets through that fine, then he'll do a regular bullpen a few days later. But I just think when you're pushing it out that far, there's just not enough time left to get him ready for that first start. So I would imagine he's going to miss that.
What's the other story, Saul?
Well, it's the story that refuses to die, Brock, and that is the Cal-Randy deal. I am a little curious about it, A, from your perspective, and B, from just sort of what it's like being in Mariner camp without either of those guys there. It is such a strange story, and I don't know what to make of the handshake thing. To me, that's not the focal point of it. To me, it's Randy saying some things publicly to the media that in my lifetime I've never heard one ball player say about another to the press. Maybe to each other, maybe to other ball players, maybe after they've retired. but I cannot come up with another example of.
Do you remember that, Bobby? 70s, 80s, 90s?
You were big with those Yankees in the 70s, I know.
Well, look, when I was in my 20s back in '62,
right.
There was a lot that was going on that people didn't know. We didn't have camera phones.
We had a Don Sutton.
Right.
Who was it? Don Sutton and Steve Garvey back in the 70s.
I can't. Can you come up with another example of a guy saying something like that to the media? I can't come up with one.
No, I mean, we've certainly seen Barry Bonds and Jeff Kent get in a fight in the dugout. We've seen Papelbon and Bryce Harper get into physical confrontations we've seen. But as far as, reporters addressing it afterwards and them just lighting up the other guy, I've not heard that.
And certainly,
I've not heard that.
Yeah, I mean, it's bizarre. So what do you make of the story? And do you think it's a big deal? Is it not a big deal? Do we not know yet whether it's a big deal? Where are you
do you
at
expect
on this?
him back in camp today, tomorrow, when you guys are down there? Any expectations?
Yeah, I think tomorrow I was talking to Shannon about that, and she was thinking it'd probably be tomorrow. I don't know for sure. As far as whether it's a big deal or not, I don't think we know, Salk. I think because it is such a unique situation. We haven't seen it, and it sort of developed. We saw the initial, spurn of the handshake. You're kind of going, all right, Cal, what's the deal with that? And then you find out, you hear the comments after the game. Yet you see Randy when he threw those comments out there, he's smiling. So I'm like, all right, is this something between them and they're joking around and he's having fun with it, but using foul language? And then you hear later that Cal told him, hey, let's not shake hands. Well, I'm not doing that. Don't do it. And Randy did it anyway. So you're just kind of like, all right. I was kind of flipping back and forth as to who I was blaming. Initially, I was kind of like, come on, Cal, that's your teammate. You give him a fist bump and you shake his hand, whatever. And then you hear later that he's told him preemptively, hey, man, let's not do that. I don't want to do it. And Randy kind of did it anyway. So now I put it on Randy. And then you throw those comments in there. You're going, all right, there's nothing good about it. Is it a big deal? Ultimately, I don't think it will be. But, I also think we don't know for sure, like I said, because we've never seen it. And Randy runs a little hot, So from Cal's perspective, you've heard him say, look, we're good. He's my brother. I talked to him. Randy refused to comment last night. I don't know if anything's come out today, but I know he wouldn't address it last night, which is not good. So
the only thing I would say is he didn't say talk to him. He said he reached out to him.
Yeah, didn't he say they chatted? Did he say they talked?
I don't think I heard that. Maybe I'm wrong. If I am, I will certainly eat that. But I don't. My understanding was that he said, the way I heard it yesterday, I reached out to him. It sounded to, now this is my assumption on listening. This is not a reporting, but it sounded like he had texted Randy, and I don't know whether he had heard back or not.
Oh, well, all right.
Why don't you guys get Randy on the show? Why don't you just bury all this tomorrow, Bobby? Just play it out.
If you get Randy on the show tomorrow, I will listen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would listen too, because I would have to have an interpreter there to explain what he's saying.
Still be worth it.
Spanish.
Get Freddie out there with Randy. And if you guys do that tomorrow, I mean, that would be unbelievable. I would love to hear his side of this, honestly, and love to see him put this thing to bed. If I'm Scott Boras, his agent, I'm calling him like, hey, what are you doing? You can be a free agent at the end of this year. Put this thing to bed. The entire city of Seattle is as in love with Cal Raleigh as anyone they've ever, they worship this guy. What is the upside in continuing a beef with Cal Raleigh?
Yeah, there is no upside. You're 100% right. And I know Dan reached out to him. I don't know if he actually spoke with him, but yeah, I would think anybody close to Randy would be saying something along those lines. Like, look, there's too much at stake for you individually. There's too much on the line for this franchise. You guys are a World Series contender, favorites in the American League by a lot of people. Don't screw this up because you got your feelings hurt or because you felt like you were disrespected. Fix it, squash it, and get down to business.
Man, Bob gives good guests.
I know.
The voice, the tone, just gives great radio guests.
Well, Bob's like me. Like you spend every day 4 hours a day hosting a show and driving it and thinking about all the other things that you got to do.
All the stress.
And then you walk away and
your co-host on your back.
Exactly. It's not easy, especially our co-hosts are heavy. Both of those guys.
Dealing with producers, high maintenance producers. Yeah.
And then someone asks you questions and you're like, oh, this is like a walk in the park. This is so easy.
This is so fun.
It's refreshing, isn't it? Nice. You're just like, I'm going to be the guest I wish everyone was on our show.
That's right.
That's what I'm doing.
So give inquiring minds what they really want to know. Does Lefko really put together the Lunchable little bites for you and Dave?
Wow.
How does this all work? We saw the shopping spree. How's this all put it all together?
100%. Lefko is the king of the lunch. He gets very excited. He calls them the high-end Lunchables. So they're not just the Lunchables. He says we have to go get more high-end Lunchables. And it's literally the first thing we do. We get off the plane, we get our bags, the rental car, and we drive straight to the grocery store.
What exactly is a high-end Lunchable? What's the difference?
It's a Lunchable
Organic.
without lead. Yeah, it's
the organic version. Yeah.
No, it's just a more it's a fancier Lunchable. It's got
interesting.
Covered almonds in there. It's a little bigger and it's minus the lead.
Okay.
So yeah.
So
like I was saying yesterday, instead of those weird little meat discs you get at Lunchables,
discs.
you get like some pepperoni or some actual sliced lunch meat.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, there's some pepperoni, some cheese, and some little dessert, little chocolate almonds, things like that.
Do
Yeah.
you guys go to dinner together? What do we do? Like your schedule's like a little different with the afternoon show. Like what do we do for dinners? Are we back there
Every
cooking?
night.
Yeah, what are we doing?
No, we've been out to dinner every night. None of us cook that I'm aware of.
No.
So we've gone out to dinner every night, and last night was the first night I think we all liked what we had.
Oh.
Because, yeah, we went to Biggs where they give you you buy a burger and then you get a tray of tater tots, fit for about 4 people. You never feel good after you eat that. We went to a pizza place that apparently doesn't use any spices in their food.
Okay.
So we tried that. That was disappointing. And then we went to a Mexican place that Dave Wyman is still recovering from.
Wow.
So,
Sounds like you guys are having a heck of a run. Go to Culver's and get the walleye sandwich. I promise you won't regret it.
We should probably mention that house has a shared bathroom situation.
Oh, dear God. Oh, my gosh. Bob, thank you. You do give great guests.
Great guests.
It is 100% true.
We'll say hi to the Musial family for you. That was very sweet.
Well, I'll talk to you guys soon.
See you, buddy. Have fun. There you go. There's Bob Stelton, of course, of Wyman and Bob. They are down in Peoria all this week doing a great job with their show.
You were right. I mean, you've been right a bunch of times. The eel thing, you were right. You had some other things, you were right. And you're right, man. He's gonna get a Brendan Donovan jersey and tuck it into his jeans.
The second I met Brendan Donovan, I was like, oh, my God, Bob, this is going to be too much.
Yes.
We're going to have a restraining order put out on Bob because he's going to be obsessed with this guy. He has every single bit of ball player that Bob likes.
And how many Bobs are there in T-Mobile Field sitting in the stands?
I think Bob's a pretty representative sample.
There's a lot of Bobs.
Yeah.
I just want my guys to play so freaking hard. I want them to do the little things right. I want them to play fundamentally sound. I want them to hit the ball the other way. I want to see line drives. I want to see a two-strike approach. I want to see them take the extra base.
The only problem with Brendan Donovan, honestly, the only problem with him being like the absolute perfect
Platonic
Bob is that he plays more third than second right now. If he was playing second base, it's over.
Oh, put a statue.
I mean, just forget it.
Build him
it's
a
over.
Bob statue.
They don't have room. I got so many statues. All right. Derek in Seattle. This just in, pepperoni is a meat disc. That's true.
I was just about to respond to that.
Yeah.
It's very true, but for some reason that seems appropriate.
It's a
whereas,
thin.
like,
It's a very thin.
Turkey should not be like a
In
round,
disc
thick.
form?
No.
Yeah.
That's
Thick
gross.
Also, they have ones with like salami and more.
Organic. It's just an organic one, bro.
I'm about to check out the fancy Lunchables. I haven't seen
Organic
that.
Lunchables.
Has more of like the Hillshire Farms one has more of like a crostini. and
Okay.
some cheese.
Oh, interesting.
They're good.
You learn something every day on this show, folks.
Do you? Some days, anyway. Some days you learn something on this show. All right, tomorrow, G. Scott should be here at 8:30. I think, I don't want to promise because he wasn't 100% sure he'd be up for it.
Okay.
But the Groz, Dave Grosby, is supposed to join us at 9 o'clock. Tomorrow morning, he's got a big Parkinson's banquet coming up this weekend that I want him to talk about a little bit, and just always great to catch up with the Groz. He said he thought he would be good, so we will know tomorrow morning. Don't promise, but hoping to talk to the Groz tomorrow. Love the Groz father. Love Bump and Stacy. They're coming up next. And then, of course, Wyman and Bob from the desert. Brock will be back together tomorrow morning. Be on here at 6. Until then, the hay.
Barn.
See everybody.
Get to the chopper! 4 down territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
You watched every target to Rashid Shaheed, so what did you see?
He's good off the line. I like his release. He has a couple releases that he goes to that works. And the reason why they work is because he's extremely fast. You have to respect everything that he does. I think that once he gets on a defender's hip, he is gone. The saying, if he's even, he's leaving. That is exactly him.
Catch every 4 down territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hi, Chuck here at Frank Lumber The Door Store. Something that happens here most every day are customers and contractors looking to purchase doors they can take today. Frank Lumber has a good selection of pre-hung display doors that are ready to go. And if we don't have what you need today, whether it be style or size, and you find a door in stock, we can still get you taken care of quickly. Come visit our showroom and bargain barn in Shoreline. Also, be sure to check us out online at franklumber.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. So much more than just physical and hand therapy, though, Shannon. You guys, holy smokes, do you have a lot of specialty care?
Yeah, Brock, we do. You know, obviously our nuts and bolts is good old musculoskeletal, but we have a lot of therapists that do advanced certifications in specialty care. And that's important because we can treat the whole population. We can treat your neighborhood. We can treat your family. And those specialty services range from neurovestibular care to dry needling, sports medicine, hand therapy, pelvic floor, vestibular rehab, lymphedema, you name it, we have that service. Again, we're about taking care of the whole family and the whole family's needs.
Remember, IRG, they're in your neighborhood. I'm talking over 40 locations and new additions in Wallingford and the WAC as well, that Washington Athletic Club. You can find them in person. You can find it online at irgpt.com. That is irgpt.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a staff accountant at the height of tax season.
Congrats. Looks like the company owes, $50 in taxes. How about that?
That seems low. Why only 50?
Why do you care so much? It's not your money.
This is a job for Sponsored Jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Hop in a John Deere Gator XUV for a day's work. Let's see what's on the to-do list. There goes the tree. And the fence. Not a problem. Because you've got a cargo box filled with solutions. Up to 4,000 pounds of towing capacity. And you're ready to roll.
The power's out!
Here we go again.